Hi everybody, I'm Dan Snow, and I'm guessing that if you're watching this, then you, like me, are fascinated by the life of Napoleon. From his early years as an ambitious young military officer, using his tactical genius and specialist knowledge of artillery during the siege of Toulon, all the way through to his crushing defeat at the mighty Battle of Waterloo. And it's these battles and much more that has been gloriously captured in the upcoming film release, Napoleon, in cinemas from the 22nd of November. I really can't recommend it enough. So get out there and watch this epic film on the biggest screen you can find as soon as possible.
I have a presentiment that one day this small island will astonish Europe.
This prophecy of the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau came true on the 17th of August, 1769. In the Corsican capital, Ajaccio, a child was born who would astonish Europe and the whole world. That child was the second son of Carlo and Letizia Bonaparte. They named him Napoleon. Napoleon is a true icon. His name, his deeds, his appearance, and even his romantic life have entered the popular consciousness and remained there. Hero or villain, liberator or oppressor, idealist or power-hungry conqueror. Writers, artists, and filmmakers have all contributed to the mystique surrounding him. Every facet of his remarkable life has been scrutinized, analyzed, and in many cases, romanticized.
More books have been written about Napoleon than any other human being. Every generation writes its own version of Napoleon. As Lichtenberg once said, a book is a mirror. And if a monkey looks in, you can't expect an apostle to look out. And what happens is that each generation looks into Napoleon's life as its own mirror and there finds its own image.
Dr. David Chandler some years ago said that Napoleon was a great man, but a great bad man. He's a multifaceted diamond, an undoubted genius, the master of so many skills. He also had a large streak of Darth Vader running down him.
These days, there are some scholars who have gone as far as to make explicit comparisons between Napoleon and Hitler. There was a degree of megalomania, a determination to dominate one's opponents, and an unwillingness to accept any limits. And in all of those cases, it is possible to draw direct comparisons between Napoleon and Hitler.
Unfortunately, particularly in the English-speaking world, a lot of the image of Napoleon is that of someone who was an aggressive warmonger. But the fact of the matter is Napoleon was a very positive force in history. Many of the wars, if not most of the so-called Napoleonic wars, were actually coalitions against Napoleon, various groupings of nations, often bankrolled by England, who were trying to rid Europe of the one true progressive force that it had during those times.
It's very easy to look back and judge him according to the standards that we have today. He is remembered for his military skills and for his legislative skills, but I think people always find reason to be able to qualify those achievements and those skills by the darker side of his character, and I think for that reason he is often referred to as that great bad man.
In 1794, Sergeant Androche Junot, Napoleon's secretary, wrote to his father about his new employer.
He is one of those men whom nature is sparing, and whom she does not throw upon the earth, but with centuries between them.
Few would argue with this description, but his rise to ultimate power was no foregone conclusion. His family, though modestly well-to-do by local standards, held no sway in the larger sphere of French society.
Napoleon's childhood was essentially that of a middle-class family living on a relatively small island of Corsica. Not long before Napoleon's birth, only a year or so before Napoleon's birth, Corsica had been transferred from control of Italy to control of France.
Indeed, had Napoleon been born, years earlier, he would have been a subject of the Republic of Genoa, the people who actually ran Corsica, and thus an Italian.
The real power in Napoleon's early upbringing was his mother, Laetitia. She was a strong woman. She was determined that her children would succeed. And later in life, Napoleon would write about her with not only love, but profound admiration for the will that she exhibited throughout his career.
As a schoolboy, Napoleon had shown great early promise, but still needed the help of an influential patron to make progress.
The person who was instrumental in getting him to France to schooling, because the family had not the money to do it, was the French governor, who was very friendly with Napoleon's mother.
He used his influence to get Napoleon accepted into the military academy at Briand. Briand was the most mediocre of the 10 French academies. Napoleon was mocked for his thick Corsican accent and soon grew homesick.
For a boy of that age, going into a boarding school atmosphere anyway is a traumatic experience. To go into a hostile atmosphere where he was in the minority must have been even worse. The French students laughed at his accent. He had always been a difficult child in the sense that he wished to dominate his surroundings. He was now thrust into a situation where that was extremely difficult. The result was that he withdrew within himself and eventually devoted himself with voracious fervour to his studies.
He soon made a good impression on his superiors, though, particularly the inspector of military schools.
Very regular in his conduct, has always distinguished himself by his interest in mathematics. He has a sound knowledge of history and geography. He is very poor at dancing and drawing. He will make an excellent sailor.
He also began to show early signs of leadership. One story tells how he led his followers in a pitched snowball battle that took an ugly turn when snow-covered rocks were thrown. Napoleon had wanted to join the Navy, but his skill at mathematics led his teachers to suggest that his future lay with the artillery, the most prestigious branch of the military. After 5 years at Briand, he graduated at the age of 15 and went on to the École Militaire de Paris. His nomination was signed by King Louis XVI. The École was academically far in advance of Briand. Again, Napoleon felt out of place amongst the snobbish young gentlemen, but it did not stop him graduating with distinction after only 1 year. His achievement in gaining a commission in the artillery should not be underestimated. Few students passed the test for admission. But on 1st September 1785, Napoleon became a lieutenant in the La Feur regiment. His military career proper had begun. At Valence, where the La Feur regiment was stationed, Napoleon spent a year learning the artillery officer's craft, whilst increasing his already formidable knowledge of history. Meanwhile, things were happening in France that would soon influence young Lieutenant Bonaparte's future.
The background of Napoleonic society is in some ways a very static one, in that there is a society in which hierarchy plays an amazing role, by our standards, which is socially very inegalitarian, but also there are signs of change. I mean, it is no accident that people have associated the term Enlightenment with this period, and the notion there is of talent, individual talent, as opposed to lineage, playing a role.
People were beginning to pick the scabs that covered the absolute monarchy and to look underneath. For instance, we have Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whose writings greatly influenced political opinion in France in this period. Also, we have Voltaire and others who were similarly irreverent. Since the War of American Independence, in which France dabbled very actively against the British with a corps under the French general Rochambeau, many of the officers and men returning from America had had first-hand experience of a benevolent, progressive republic.
The 1780s saw a rise in political turbulence. The first stirrings of the French Revolution could be heard. French society was about to be turned on its head.
As Napoleon is growing up in the 1770s and 1780s, what he witnesses at first hand is the terminal delegitimation of the French monarchy, as those traditional and legal resources of legitimacy which had sustained the French monarchy for more than a millennium fade and crumble.
France before the Revolution was an economic basket case. The budget was terrible. The king was entirely too timid when it came to raising taxes on the one group of people who could really afford to pay them, which was the nobility, and for that matter, the clergy. Most of the taxes were paid by the group of people least able to pay them, which was the third estate, which was the Paris working class or the peasants. But it also included the middle class, the merchants, the lawyers and doctors and other sorts of folks.
The political disquiet brought about by the teachings of Rousseau, Voltaire, and the returning French officers from America had polarized the situation extremely. And the climate was ripe for something to happen.
Though Napoleon couldn't have known at the time, the revolution would provide the perfect springboard for a young man of exceptional ability. For the next few years, Napoleon divided his time between military service in France and long periods of leave back home in Corsica. He had inherited his father's passionate belief in Corsican nationalism. This now developed into a growing sense of solidarity with the revolutionary factions, whose influence was steadily growing. He took an active interest in Corsican politics and longed for the return of the Corsican resistance leader, Pascal Paoli, a man who drew his strength from such classical authors as Livy and Plutarch.
I defy Rome, Sparta, or Thebes to show me 30 years of such patriotism as Corsica can boast.
And he clearly was deeply impressed by Paoli, and that certainly exercised an influence on him. That's a real influence, yes.
I'm quite sure that Napoleon was extremely proud in his early years of his Corsican origin. It was a very proud society, and it still is today, and this didn't wash off him at his early stage.
Several times he went back to Corsica, taking enormous leaves of absence from the military. And he fancied himself a leader, a patriotic leader, trying at one time to ally himself with the leader Paoli, and so on. He wrote a history of Corsica. He never forgot those roots.
I think initially his Corsican fervour was perhaps encouraged by the way that he was treated whilst he was at military school. He was very much the poor boy. He had the Italian accent. He was socially inferior, and quite often his peers wouldn't let him forget that. That, I think, created the chip on his shoulder, and I think he harboured an ambition, and this may well have affected the way that he grew up later to become local boy making good.
It's interesting to note that Napoleon was somebody who was from the outside. He was a Corsican. Interesting parallel there. Stalin from the Republic of Georgia in the Caucasus, Hitler, of course, from Austria. Sort of outsiders who nevertheless try and reinvent themselves as patriotic figures who encapsulate the national drive.
In May 1788, Napoleon returned from Corsica and took up a posting at the artillery school at Auxonne. his Republican sympathies were strengthening rapidly. His reputation as a supporter of the revolution was growing.
He had heard about what had gone on in America, and he was extremely aware of the fact that should the existing structure crumble, something else might come in its place, whereby other people shot to the surface. And even at this early stage, I think Napoleon was so aware of his capabilities compared to other people that he embraced the revolution, the Jacobins, in order to be on the top of the wave when it rolled forward.
Throughout the early part of his career, he showed a talent for impressing influential people. At Auxonne, he met the second of these.
He made a very positive impression on the commandant of the artillery school, the Lieutenant General Baron de Thuy, and he was influential in Napoleon's career in later life. Already, Napoleon could see the advantages of having the big guys on your side.
On his way up, Napoleon impressed some quite important patrons. I think there's no doubt that that was due essentially to his talent. There was a talent and a drive there that people recognised.
More than one of his teachers wrote, "Watch this person, he will be successful, he will accomplish great things." And they were proven right.
Napoleon's talent blossomed under Dutille's benevolent tutelage. His young protégé continued to impress, and in September 1791, Dutille gave Napoleon permission to return home. Back in Corsica, Napoleon immersed himself completely in Ireland politics. Now a fully fledged Jacobin supporter of the revolution, he tried to win the Corsican people the right of self-government, whilst remaining an officer in the French army. To this end, he displayed great cunning and resourcefulness. He managed to obtain an official appointment as an adjutant major assigned to Corsica. He campaigned for a national guard to be formed, and with extensive bribery, was elected a lieutenant colonel in the 2nd Battalion.
He hoped to become a close associate with his childhood hero, Paoli. But two things happened. Firstly, Paoli didn't want to know because the Bonapartes, that is Napoleon's father, had deserted Paoli after the French conquest of the island. That's the first thing that happened. And the second is that it turns out that as the politics of Corsica developed, Paoli, it turns out to be very much on the right.
Paoli was still rousing up the pro-royalist and anti-French governmental forces. It came to a civil war on the island.
The newly returned Pascal Paoli put his support behind the royalist counter-revolutionaries. Violent riots followed, and Napoleon was obliged to use force against his fellow Corsicans. It made him deeply unpopular and signaled the beginning of the end of his love affair with both Corsica and Paoli. Napoleon returned to France, where he lobbied influential people in the War Ministry to ensure he kept his job in the army. He was rewarded for his efforts with promotion to the rank of captain of the 4th Artillery Regiment. Whilst the future Emperor of France was climbing the ladder of influence, King Louis was fast slipping down it. On 20th of June 1792, a mob attacked the Tuileries, abused the king, and forced him to wear the cap of liberty. Napoleon witnessed Louis's humiliation. The experience made him uneasy.
The king came out of it well, but an incident like this is unconstitutional and a very dangerous example.
Worse was to follow. On 10th of August, the mob returned, sacked the palace, and slaughtered the king's Swiss guard. It was a scene of unspeakable barbarity.
Napoleon witnesses this from a room looking out over the Tuileries Palace, and he's horrified at what he sees. He knows very well as a military person that one good volley from the guard would have dispersed the crowd at relatively small loss, and that would have been the end of it.
The excesses of the mob horrified Napoleon. As he said afterwards, all the king had to do was mount his horse and it would have been over. And from that point on, Napoleon was extremely distrustful of the power of uncontrolled masses of people.
And that fear of the mob will stay with him all the way to the very end. Even when he is leaving on exile, he fears that an angry mob might attack his coach and kill him. At one point, he is in disguise on the way to Elba for fear of an angry mob.
In September 1792, Napoleon yet again got the authorities to grant him leave to go back to Corsica, ostensibly to help his family. In reality, he still harbored political ambitions on the island. By now, relations with his old hero, Paoli, were strained. A split was inevitable. When it came, Napoleon was forced to flee the island with his family in tow, leaving their estates and property behind them. It marked the end of his involvement with his homeland.
To say, as some do, that Napoleon chose France as opposed to choosing Corsica is therefore a slight bending of the truth. He was kicked out in disgrace.
It must have been deeply disillusioning for him. Without a territorial or a locational pole star around which to centre himself. It's similar in a way. One should be careful about drawing too close analogies with Adolf Hitler, but there are certain similarities, and that is one, of course, that Hitler was a German patriot who found himself outside Germany. And the same kind of problem of identity we find in Napoleon.
In June 1793, he returned to France to begin the next stage of his remarkable career. He was still only 23. The revolution had by no means taken control of the whole of France, and a state of virtual civil war existed in many places. For Napoleon, this continued factionalism weakened France and made her more vulnerable to attack from her neighbors at a time when she needed to be united and strong. Napoleon wrote a philosophical essay, Le Souper de Beaucaire, in which he attacked the wrong-headedness of those who fought against the new regime. Instead, he advocated unquestioning support for it and an end to civil conflict.
Advance to the walls of Perpignan to make the Spaniard, who has been puffed up by a little success, dance the carmagnole.
It was a revolutionary writing, basically a discussion taking place over a supper in the village of Beaucaire. And the main protagonist is arguing in favor of France unifying behind the revolution and casting aside these ideas of bringing back the royalist government. Napoleon wrote that, I believe, because that's the way he felt. He wanted a unified France.
And I think in many ways he was right, because at that time, the French armies were fighting for the life of the revolution. If they were to lose those revolutionary wars early on, then France probably would have reverted back at a very early stage to an absolute monarchy, or as near to it as possible. And it would have been stifled very early on. And so I think he believed it was everybody's duty.
It was, I think, a genuine reflection of Napoleon's attitude towards republicanism at that point. It was not his political manifesto. It was not Hitler's Mein Kampf. It was not Mao's Little Red Book in any way, shape or form.
Napoleon was a highly intelligent intellectual who read a great deal, read voraciously, and liked to reread texts again and again. He read Goethe's Sorrows of Young Werther, for example, on several occasions, and Rousseau's La Nouvelle Héloïse. So he's an intellectual, and he likes to put pen to paper, as intellectuals do.
Writing Le Souper de Beaucaire was an astute move on the young captain's part. While it undoubtedly reflected his true feelings, it was exactly the kind of thing that would appeal to France's new revolutionary masters. It certainly appealed to the Republican lawyer, Antonio Cristoforo Salicetti. He was a fellow Corsican who had represented the island in the Estates General in Paris. Like Napoleon, he was a disillusioned supporter of Paoli, no longer welcome in his homeland. He had returned to Paris and become a member of the Convention, the new legislative body of the Republic. His job was to ensure that the officers of the Revolutionary Army were towing the party line.
It was a very hard school, revolutionary warfare. Indeed, a general, for example, was much more likely to be executed by his own side than to be shot by the Habsburgs, by the Austrians. Indeed, if he were fighting the Austrians, the chance of getting killed was remote. But there was a real chance of being killed by one's own side in 1793-4. Generals were being executed left, right, and centre. And further down the chain of command, officers of, for example, Major Bonaparte's rank too, were being excluded, locked up, and so on. So this is a very fluid, very difficult, very dangerous situation.
Salicetti and his colleagues were feared men. Their bad opinion could lead to dismissal or even death. But to find favour was also to find advantage.
Salicetti is one of those interesting people in Napoleon's career. There were a number of people who helped Napoleon rise to power over the years, the Count de Marba, for example, and others. Salicetti is one of the most important. He becomes representative on mission. He is one of the major players in the southern part of France where Napoleon is stationed, and he's also a fellow Corsican, and so there's a tie there, and they get to know each other quite well. And on several occasions, it is Salicetti that gives Napoleon an opportunity to prove himself.
Napoleon once said, when an officer was recommended to him as a man of exemplary skill and courage, he said, "But is he lucky?" Which in a way is a very acute question. Great commanders, great politicians need to be lucky. They need to be the right people in the right place at the right time. And it turned out in 1793 that Napoleon was in the right place at the right time, and helped on by Salicetti. And if he had not been there to give Napoleon, as it were, the first helping hand up into the saddle, then who knows what might have happened.
In 1793, the strategically important port of Toulon gave Napoleon the chance to meet opponents of the revolution head-on. A counter-revolution in the town had led to the citizens admitting the British Navy under Admiral Hood. On 27th of August, they proclaimed the boy Louis XVII as king.
Put yourself in the position of France. Here's Toulon, one of your major cities, a coastal city on the Mediterranean coast, declaring itself under the protection of your dreaded enemy, England, and allowing British soldiers to come in and occupy the town. Well, you're not going to allow that to happen unchallenged. And so, of course, the French has sent an army down there to oust the British from their position.
Had Toulon been held, it would have threatened the French revolutionary position across the entire southern region of France.
Napoleon was dispatched to Toulon as part of an ammunition convoy commanded by General Jean-Baptiste Carthot. On the way, however, he stopped to make some personal calls. Among those he visited was Salicetti.
During the siege of Toulon, 1793, Salicetti was one of the representatives en mission, in other words, political commissars, as they had them in the Russian forces later on, who was with the armed forces at the siege to urge them on to do their best. Napoleon happened to trot along and pass Salicetti's window, so to speak. Salicetti knew his capabilities and was very pleased to give him command of the artillery in the siege.
Napoleon jumped at the chance. Here was the opportunity to show his true mettle against military commanders who had risen through traditional channels, whom he knew to be mediocre.
One of the problems with the Revolutionary Army in those days is that the very best generals tended to be either dead by way of the guillotine or to have left the country. There were still, of course, some very good ones, but there were also some that weren't so good. And those that were down at the Toulon campaign were those that weren't so good.
Carteau was just the sort of military man Napoleon was destined to replace. Conservative and unimaginative, he had little of his energetic new artillery commander's flair or expertise. Carteau and his fellow officers had done nothing more than impose a blockade. Napoleon, by now Major Bonaparte, intended something very different.
Napoleon, I think, was always an opportunist. I don't think he ever conceived for himself a grand strategy. And I'm not even sure that even at the height of his power did he have a coherent plan of what he was going to do with himself, with Europe, with the world. Opportunities arose, he seized them, milked them for all they were worth, and then moved on to the next one. That was his temperament, that was his personality, that's what he did best. And so in 1793, when the opportunity arises to expel the British from the port, he seized that with both hands and made the very most of it.
The problem, of course, though, was, again, he didn't have very good commanders. And while he came up with some excellent ideas, his commanders sort of hemmed and hawed, and they said, oh, this young upstart, you know, we'll sort of ignore him. They couldn't ignore him entirely, though, because he had the political connections. He got the job because of Salicetti and Augustin Robespierre. Napoleon understood also his political power, and he actually wrote to Paris and said, you've given me idiots for generals. Get me some good generals down here who know what they're doing.
His request was granted in the form of a welcome face from the past, General Jean Dutile. Dutile was now elderly and in poor health, and was quite content to let Napoleon have free rein. Carteau had been replaced by General Dugommier, who was nominally in charge of the forces at Toulon. But there was no doubt who was really in control of events. Now, at last, the young man from Corsica could come into his own. Napoleon lost no time in seizing his opportunity. The weak spot in Toulon's defense was Les Guillettes, a fortified promontory between the inner and outer harbors. If it fell, both harbors would become untenable for the defenders. If Napoleon could take Les Guillettes, Toulon would follow. The focus of the promontory's defenses was Fort Mulgrave, known to the French as Little Gibraltar. Napoleon took full advantage of the hilly terrain to site new batteries and had soon assembled a formidable array of artillery. He shelled Admiral Hood's ships with great accuracy. Then he brought the guns in close and began a softening up barrage against the fort. The defenders replied with a fusillade from 20 guns and 4 mortars. During the 48-hour exchange of artillery fire, Napoleon had his first brush with death when the wind from a cannonball knocked him off his feet. By 17th December, Napoleon judged his artillery had done its work. He recommended that Dugommier finish off the job with an infantry charge. Dugommier, like Carteau, was a hesitant commander. The charge was half-hearted, and losses were heavy. Napoleon himself then led a second charge with only 2,000, which took them to the walls of the fort. After 2 hours of vicious hand-to-hand fighting and many more casualties, the fort was taken. One of the wounded was Napoleon himself. Never far from the thick of the action, he had been stabbed through the leg by a pike. At first, it was feared that amputation would be necessary. Fortunately, a surgeon offered the second opinion that the wound was not as serious as was first thought.
He couldn't have done what he did in 1793 at Toulon without, of course, military support. He didn't do it all by himself. There was the army, and most important of all, there were the guns for him to use. The revolutionary armies had inherited from the old regime a magnificent artillery, both in terms of its organization and in terms of its ordnance, in terms of its hardware. But it was Napoleon Bonaparte who took those tools, both human and material, in the summer of 1793 and put them to good use.
Napoleon in the siege of Toulon shows the mixture of ability, drive and political positioning which is to help take him right through to supreme power in France.
Here was a remarkable young officer with the potential to do great things for the new republic. General Dugommier, in particular, was impressed.
I have no words to describe Bonaparte's merit. Much technical skill, an equal degree of intelligence, and too much gallantry. There you have a sketch of this rare officer.
At this point in time, there was a great seething in the cauldron of French politics. People came, they were beheaded, they fell into disgrace, and it was anybody's game. So at that point, Napoleon was one of those on the rise. His main concern, of course, was to build on his reputation as the conqueror of Toulon and to make sure that political capital, as much as possible, could be extorted from it.
Well, there were plenty more twists and turns in Napoleon's career to come after Toulon, but one thing it showed was that he was brilliant at exploiting a success and personalizing it, making it look as though it was his achievement and his achievement alone. That is something which every charismatic hero has to learn how to do, to make the most of their charisma.
There was a level above which Napoleon would not have risen were it not for the French Revolution. If you look at French generals over the previous century, there'd been people like the Marshal Duc de Richelieu, a member of the Richelieu family, or Marshal Saxe, an illegitimate son of the King of Poland. These were not people born, in the humble backgrounds of Napoleon. So he really gets his opportunity through the revolution. In the revolutionary years, there is a determination to push forward people, however young, and Napoleon is young, who are talented.
In December 1793, Napoleon was given the provisional rank of General of Brigade, receiving his full commission in February 1794. With the help of Augustin Robespierre, the chance for foreign service beckoned. Austria was one of several European monarchies to whom revolutionary France posed an enormous threat if she were to develop expansionist tendencies. A sizable Austrian presence in northern Italy also threatened the new republic. A French army under General Dumouriez was sent to deal with it. His general of artillery was the young Brigadier General Bonaparte, who used the subsequent campaign to impress the authorities still further with his tactical abilities and skill at planning. His new commander was full of the highest praise.
It is to the ability of the General of Artillery that I owe the clever combinations which have secured our success.
The campaign itself proved inconclusive, but Napoleon's progress seemed inexorable. Yet all was not plain sailing. In August 1794, squabbles amongst the new government led to the fall of the hardliners, among them the Robespierre brothers.
Following that, there was a great backlash against anyone that had anything to do with the Robespierres and the Terror. Well, Napoleon, in fact, was good buddies with Augustin Robespierre.
And so he found himself under investigation as a terrorist, as they were called, after the collapse of the Robespierrist regime in the summer of 1794. Indeed, ironically, he finds that it's his old patron Salicetti who is in charge of investigating him.
Salicetti feared that he might also be caught up in this whirlwind. As a precaution, he used the pretext of Napoleon's supposed misappropriation of funds to arrest him.
He defended himself vigorously. He wrote letters to Salicetti and to others, letters to his brothers, saying, how can anyone possibly claim that I am anything but a patriot? If Robespierre, my friend, had turned against France, I personally would have been happy to execute him, and so on. Well, there was nothing to the charges. What Napoleon had been doing was perfectly routine military stuff. And after about a fortnight, he was found innocent and released, maintaining his rank of general.
I think Salicetti's interest lay with Salicetti first, and the revolution second, in the same way as Bonaparte did, in the same way as many of the other characters that featured in the revolution were there. I don't think there was any great friendship between Salicetti. If it suited him to have Bonaparte as an ally, he had him as an ally. If it suited him to have him thrown in jail, he had him thrown in jail. And if it suited him to have him released afterwards, so he had him released afterwards.
Had he been in Paris, this is one of those interesting little turning points in history. Had Napoleon been assigned to Paris somehow, or been brought to Paris somehow, there's a good chance, I believe, he would have gone to the guillotine, because they were sending people to the guillotine just about like they had been during the Terror.
For the first time in his career, the rising star was under a cloud, and an unsettled period followed. He found himself in debt and forced to accept the financial help of friends. He became depressed.
If this continues, I shall end by not stepping aside when a carriage rushes past.
He also fell foul of the Minister of War, Francois Aubry. Although Napoleon had been cleared of treason, Aubry still distrusted him. He crossed Napoleon off the list of artillery officers and transferred him to an infantry regiment.
Not happy about this, and quite understandably so, he immediately rode into Paris to see the military secretary, as we would call him today, who dealt with the postings. And he looked at Napoleon and said, "You are too young. You should make way for your elders and betters who have deserved the rank."
And Napoleon would say, listen, you know, nothing ages a man faster than the battlefield. You're talking to the hero of Toulon. You're talking to someone who was a soldier. Do not hold my youth against me. Put me into the field where I belong.
Fortunately, Aubry was soon replaced by the Comte de Pontécoulant. Napoleon went to see him and outlined a plan to get rid of the Austrians from Italy. The minister was cautious.
General, your ideas are brilliant and bold, but they need to be examined calmly. Take time and draw me up a report.
Within half an hour, Napoleon had completed it. He was appointed a general staff position at the Bureau Typographique. It was hardly the chosen area of an artillery officer, but it gave Napoleon access to the cream of Parisian society, including the influential salon presided over by his old associate, Paul Barras. More importantly for Napoleon, he was in the right place at the right time.
He found himself in Paris at a time when there was a major royalist resurgence which expressed itself at the ballot box. And the powers that were in Paris were greatly alarmed by this royalist threat. And it was to Napoleon, who happened to be there, that they turned.
Well, the leaders of the convention, including Barras, understood that they needed someone who could defend them. They were not really truly capable of doing it. Barras was made the commander of the defense forces, but he was not a good general, and he knew it. Napoleon, he knew, not only had the military ability to act quickly and decisively, but he also would be willing, if necessary, to fire on French citizens to protect the government. Now, Napoleon understood that this was the conundrum he faced. On the one hand, he was being asked to defend, to save the government of France. On the other hand, to do that, he was going to have to kill French citizens. And he understood that this was a problem and that this could go against him. But here he decided to protect the government directly was to his advantage and to the advantage of France. And so he sent his young Captain Murat off to grab the cannon that were located nearby.
These cannon Napoleon posted very carefully so that when the mob appeared in front of the government buildings, he just blasted them away with his famous whiff of grape shot. This whiff of grape shot took over 200 lives. The aversion he had acquired to mob action when he had seen the king humiliated steeled his reserve, and he was a no-nonsense man. He just stamped all over them.
He had to kill French citizens, but he was the hero of the day. The French government owed him their very survival, and they would reward him quite nicely in the long term.
Barras realized what a hero Napoleon now was, and, how potentially dangerous.
Promote this man, or he will promote himself without you.
Napoleon's reward was the command of the Army of the Interior. With the appointment came money, celebrity, and, of course, future opportunity.
Napoleon had proved himself to be absolutely ruthless in the support of the Republican cause. He was prepared to literally go over corpses to achieve the government's aims. He was regarded as a totally faithful and utterly ruthless, reliable army officer with whom the government could do business.
Napoleon is now one of the most popular people in France. He is in demand everywhere. Wherever he goes, people will cheer him. He is invited to participate in the various salons. He is invited to any number of balls. Of course, he is friends with Barras, who was perhaps the most powerful man in France at the time. The two are seen together all the time. Barras is quite the social organizer as well. He's always throwing various parties, and he invites Napoleon to these. And it is at one of these parties, of course, where he meets Barras' mistress of the time, a woman of beauty named Josephine.
Napoleon had truly arrived. He was still only 26. He had packed more into his youthful career than most of his contemporaries would achieve in a lifetime. For anyone else, it would have been a remarkable achievement. For a young man of obscure origins and few social advantages, it was little short of astounding. He wrote to his brother Joseph, confiding his happiness and his hopes for the future.
People are very satisfied with the new constitution, which promises happiness, tranquility, and a long future for France.
But his early promise and rapid rise were to prove only a prelude. The world didn't yet know what an extraordinary force would soon be unleashed upon it. It wouldn't have long to wait. By the age of 26, Napoleon Bonaparte had risen from the obscurity of his Corsican origins to the status of a national hero. He had military genius, coupled with an almost Machiavellian flair for manipulating people and events. In just 16 years, he had risen from military cadet to General of France. Wealthy and charismatic, he was potentially the most powerful force in the land. The boy general would soon find himself in northern Italy, facing an old enemy, Emperor Francis of Austria.
As far as Francis was concerned, French policy in the early years of the revolutionaries threatened not just Habsburg interests of the Austrian ruling dynasty, but also the German princes to the west of the empire, and he was determined to protect them. It's also worth pointing out, though I don't think this was a top factor for Francis, that Marie Antoinette was a member of the Habsburg family.
The central axiom of revolutionary foreign policy was hostility to Austria, and that was personalised in a kind of visceral hatred of Marie Antoinette, which helps to explain why they cut her head off in October 1793. So Napoleon inherits that from the revolution, this instinctive loathing of the Austrians. The French had mobilised an enormous number of men, almost certainly the largest army that Europe had seen, certainly since the Roman Empire. The French have forced the Spanish and the Prussians out of the war, but they've been unable to deal with either the British or with the Austrians.
The Austrians had moved into northern Italy and were threatening to move against France. It was very clear that the powers of Europe were not happy with the French Revolution, and they were not really going to be happy until the Bourbon had been put back onto the throne. So Napoleon still had opportunities for achieving military glory. All he had to do was get himself off to Italy.
His mind, though, was not wholly preoccupied with war. He had fallen in love with a 32-year-old widowed mother of two, Marie-Joseph Rose de Beauharnais, a former mistress of his old friend, Paul Barras. To a woman whose physical charms were already waning, the young hero of the Republic must have seemed the perfect catch. On 9th March 1796, they were married. 2 days after the ceremony, following a wedding night interrupted by Josephine's dog, Fortuné, Napoleon left Paris for Italy. The newly married general was about to embark on the next phase of his glittering career. The campaign in Italy was a twofold affair. In part, it was an attempt to export the ideals of the French Revolution to other parts of Europe. Perhaps, more importantly, it was seen as a means of swelling the depleted coffers of the French government. A war in Italy would give French troops the chance to live off the land on foreign soil and saving France the expense of funding their provisions. At the same time, there would be plenty of scope for plundering. The campaign also had a non-military purpose: to distract the attentions of the French people from food shortages and government mismanagement at home.
In the period prior to Napoleon's first Italian campaign, France was still having serious troubles. He'd saved the government from one royalist uprising, but the fact is there was still a lot of people who were unhappy with the Directory. The Directory was seen as corrupt. It was seen as ineffective, inefficient. The taxation system, in fact, the whole economic system, was still not under control.
The government had repealed the law of the maximum. This law stated that there was only a certain price that could be charged by dealers for commodities such as bread or flour, meat, etc. When they removed the maximum, of course, the good old human instinct of me first, everybody else last, came to the fore and prices shot up.
The strains of war and of war finance and of people being taken away to fight exacerbated what was already a situation of great political instability. It was very important for France's generals to win battles. The more that they won battles, it would not only, as it were, create prestige for the regime, but also a sense that it was successful and that therefore it was unwise to oppose it. So that foreign victory was important for internal stability.
Equally, there was a good reason for the French civilian regime in Paris to keep the armies outside France, maintained at other people's expense, at the expense of the Belgians, of the Dutch, of the Germans, and of the Italians. Because if they came home, hungry, looking for jobs, looking for homes fit for heroes, then the regime might well find themselves with a problem on their hands they couldn't handle.
Napoleon inherited 37,000 badly equipped and demoralized troops. He gained their trust and respect by presenting himself to them as a soldier.
I am a soldier because that is the special faculty I was born with. That is my life, my habit. I have commanded wherever I have been. I commanded when 23 years old at the siege of Toulon. I commanded in Paris. I carried the soldiers of the army of Italy with me as soon as I appeared among them. I was born that way.
The army of Italy was very much one which Napoleon pushed forward. I mean, he had inherited a force which had been slightly bedraggled, to put it mildly, short of supplies from the previous campaigns, and also not the key force that was supported at that stage by the revolutionary government. They put much more resources into campaigning north of the Alps. So in many senses, Napoleon reformulated his army and drove it forward. He planned the strategy, he planned the tactics. In his early days, he, in a sense, was his own staff.
Unlike his British counterparts, Napoleon could identify with his troops and went out of his way to make them aware of the fact. He knew how to win the hearts and minds of those under his command. Rhetoric, with the promise of reward, was a good place to start.
You are hungry and ill-fed. The government owes you much. It can give you nothing. Your patience, your courage are admirable. but they procure you no glory. No fame shines upon you. I want to lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces, great cities will lie in your power. You will find there honour, glory, and riches.
This was just what the demoralized army of Italy needed to hear. To help him in the Italian campaign, Napoleon gathered around him hugely talented senior officers. One of the benefits of the revolution in France had been the democratization of the professions. Men of merit, whatever their origins, could rise to the top.
1796, after 4 years of wild and bloody conflict on all of France's borders, the commanders in the French army at all levels had elbowed, fought and dared their way up through the ranks to the positions that they now occupied. They may have had the morals of organ grinders and the manners of their monkeys, and they frequently did, but they were a military meritocracy. They were the right men at the right time. It was a star-studded cast, and we can go to any one of 30 or 40 examples, and you can see what sort of potential these guys had.
The campaign in Italy in 1796 shows what a commander of genius can do to sway a campaign, to change the course of a war. Because according to the grand strategy of the Directory, the army of Italy that Napoleon commanded in 1796 was something of a sideshow. The two main thrusts were coming north of the Alps from the Rhénanie-Moselle and the Sambre-Meuse. But it's Napoleon, through his relentless energy, his seizure of the opportunity, his skill, and again it has to be said, his luck, turns what was intended to be a backwater into the major theatre.
Napoleon swept through northern Italy in what was probably the most masterful campaign of his career. The Austrians and their Sardinian allies were beaten in a series of early victories, in which Napoleon made repeated use of a tactic which would serve him well in the future. He concentrated his forces for a decisive blow against the enemy's centre. By the end of April 1796, the Sardinians had had enough and made peace with the armistice of Cherasco. The Battle of Lodi, fought the following month, proved somewhat indecisive.
Napoleon comes to the River Adda at Lodi and finds this long, narrow bridge with an Austrian force at the other end of it. To cut a long story short, the bridge is successfully stormed. And it has to be said that the French soldiers involved, including senior commanders, showed very great heroism, gallantry, above and beyond the call of duty in driving the Austrians out.
I think at the time Lodi was not perceived as being any great victory or battle in its own right. Indeed, it wasn't a great victory. It failed to achieve the objective, which was to destroy the Austrian army. The Austrian army managed to get away. What Lodi represented was the furthest advance in the first stage of the 1796 campaign.
If you look at Lodi strictly from a military point of view, it was a relatively minor action. It was, after all, an action across a bridge against an Austrian rear guard. It was successful, but it didn't have a huge military impact. But the impact it had on Napoleon was tremendous, for a variety of reasons. It was at Lodi where Napoleon himself went down and set the cannon into position. A job normally done by a corporal, and so his soldiers began to call him the little corporal. It was at Lodi that Napoleon gave some fiery speeches and personally directed the advance across the bridge. And he wrote later on that it was only at Lodi that he began to see himself as being capable of achieving great things.
After it was over and they'd broken the Austrian position on the far bank and captured most of the artillery, in the aftermath of that action, Napoleon felt that if he could do that, he could do anything.
I think Lodi is an important part in the painting of the Napoleonic legend by Napoleon. It was when he, in his own mind, thought that he was something other than just a mere general.
Lodi also did wonders for the confidence of his troops. After a string of victories, the army of Italy began to believe that they were commanded by a general who was invincible.
Napoleon personifies the charisma of the charismatic hero. It wasn't just the self-confidence which he possessed himself, which led him to order engagements like the attack on the bridge at Lodi. It was the confidence which he could inspire in others, that what he was asking, which to a normal human being would seem impossible, was possible because he commanded it and he was involved in it. He had the ability to inspire his subordinate commanders and indeed the rank and file to feats which they would not have been capable of under any other commander. And so Wellington says, what was it, Napoleon was worth 40,000 men on the field of battle. And I think he was. The bridge at Lodi is a brilliant example of that capacity of a truly charismatic leader to enable ordinary people to achieve extraordinary exploits.
Within weeks, the Austrians had been driven from Lombardy, and part of the French army settled down to begin a lengthy siege of the city of Mantua. For Napoleon, the way to Milan was now open.
The tricolour flies over Milan, Pavia, Como, and all the towns of Lombardy.
A bitter personal blow soon followed. The directors of the Republic wrote to Napoleon. From now on, he would have to share command of the army of Italy with General Francois Kellerman. Napoleon was deeply aggrieved.
To give Kellerman and myself joint command in Italy would mean ruining everything. I can't agree to serve with a man who believes himself to be the best general in Europe. And, in any case, I'm sure that one bad general is better than two good ones. War, like government, is a question of tact.
Fearing Napoleon might resign, the directors relented.
Napoleon actively propagated an image of himself through friends back in Paris, through the print media, which had developed enormously under the revolutionary era, as the great general, the successful general, a great hero. And there was an emphasis on a mixture of skill and heroism, and a determined attempt to win, as it were, the propaganda war that was very important. Now, in this, Napoleon was not alone. It's fair to say that by the late 1790s, pretty well all the generals, of the leading generals of the revolutionary armies, were in some respects political generals. They had to be. They had to be linked to factions in Paris, not least in order to ensure their continued position and in order to ensure a measure of support, supplies, a measure of reinforcements. All of them were trying to propagate a favourable impression. Napoleon, though, was particularly good at this, and to a certain extent, this enabled him to push what became eventually a personal foreign policy.
He was the first military commander, I believe, to create his own newspaper, the Courier of Italy. And so he was, and that was distributed, of course, widely among the army, and indeed was sent back to prime public opinion back in France. We're now talking about 1796. He's acting as a political general already. He's very careful that his men should see the progress of the campaign and place it in a wider strategical context in the way in which he wanted them to.
There was, of course, in Italy, as there had been in many of the German states, a fairly widely spread benevolent attitude towards republicanism. In northern Italy, this was a similar position. And when Napoleon initially arrived and took over, the Italians greeted him with open arms. They were fairly weary of the Austrian yoke, as some of them saw it, and were ready for change. Change they got, because in Napoleon's knapsack was an order from the government saying, strip the place bare and send it back to France.
His armies were unleashed on their cities in an orgy of plundering. Food, drink and clothing were seized to satisfy the troops' immediate needs. They also seized gold and other valuables. Booty to the value of 40 million francs found its way back to Paris.
For the great majority, the overwhelming majority of the Italian people, the French army came in 1796 not as liberators, but as conquerors, and above all, as exploiters in one way or another. There were various forms of exploitation. There was official exploitation, as it were, organized by the army commissars in the form of requisitions and looting and the conscription of forced labor. And then there was, as it were, freelance, unofficial exploitation on the part of the common soldiers and indeed their officers in the form simply of pillaging and looting and rape and murder and all the other horrors of war. This was an army which arrived with nothing, and yet it erupted into one of the richest parts of Europe.
In a very short time, there were many outbursts of civil unrest against the French occupation. This was put down by force. Once again, we have our friend of the revolutionary governments coming forward with the sword to flatten opposition.
There were obviously some people who threw in their lot with the revolution. There were indeed some radicals for whom revolutionary France was the power that they looked to. But it's fair to say that among the bulk of the populace, the French at that stage were bitterly unpopular.
For the first time in years, the army could be properly paid. The little corporal standing in the eyes of his men rose still further. There were no lengths to which their loyalty would not stretch. But Napoleon had made many enemies. The government knew their commander in Italy was not a man to be crossed lightly, as he had shown over the business with General Kellerman. Pleased though they were with the tide of booty that flooded back to Paris, they could not have ignored the future threat posed by a popular and successful general with a loyal, well-paid army at his back.
The government recognized that suddenly there was a legion out there that was more devoted to its commander than it was to the government, because the government had never paid them, but Napoleon paid them. The government didn't let them get away with murder as he did. They were his.
Because he's so successful, because he's so popular, he's also potentially dangerous. And in that government's lack of stability, any strong force could challenge that government for power. And there was a great concern that Napoleon might well do that.
As the campaign developed, Napoleon began to show very alarming signs of political independence. Napoleon begins to act more and more not as a general, but as his own foreign minister, as his own Chancellor of the Exchequer, as it were, a government on the move, as a peripatetic government. And so he negotiates with the Pope, with the King of Naples, and so on and so forth, with various Italian principalities, without referring back to Paris for permission to do so.
Soon, the Austrians, under General Wurmser, began a counterattack. Their main objective was to relieve the besieged garrison at Mantua. But in battle after battle, Wurmser proved a poor match for the little corporal and a French army brimming with confidence. On 15th September, Wurmser, with the French at his heels, broke through the ranks of the besiegers and entered Mantua. At first, it seemed a savior had arrived.
The net effect was that Wurmser and his 14,000 men, including a fair amount of cavalry, unable to defeat the blockading force, were forced into the fortress, thus doubling the garrison. Therefore, the rations and supplies, which had been calculated to last, shall we say, 6 months quite adequately, would now last only 3.
For months, Wurmser and 20,000 Austrians holed up in Mantua, living on horseflesh. In January 1797, 28,000 Austrians under General Alvinzi and 17,000 men commanded by General Provera set out to relieve the city. Napoleon had only 20,000 men to pit against them. Forewarned of their approach, Napoleon sent 10,000 men under Barthélemy Joubert to Rivoli, a plateau on which he could range his artillery against the advancing enemy. At dawn, on 14th of January, Napoleon attacked the guns and cavalry under the command of General Quasdanovich. The move almost failed, as Quasdanovich turned Napoleon's left flank. Only the timely arrival of Massena after a 20-mile all-night march reversed events. Together, Napoleon and Massena broke Quasdanovich's corps and another, whilst General Rey took care of a third corps under General Lusignan. The Austrians retreated, leaving 8,000 dead, wounded or captured. Marching a day and a half non-stop, Napoleon and Massena advanced on Mantua. Provera's 17,000 troops were routed and most were taken prisoner. Alvinzi also suffered heavy losses. On 2nd February, Wormser surrendered Mantua and its garrison of 18,000.
What differentiated Napoleon's approach to warfare in Italy in 1796 from that of his subordinate commanders, those who had previously commanded the army of Italy, and, most important of all, his enemies, was the speed with which he thought and the speed with which he made his men move and act, and the aggression which he built into the culture of the army of Italy, driving them on, making them move faster, think faster than his enemies. I think it was almost an instinctive skill to see what's happening, to feed into an equation all the various problems and to see where the weak link was and where to press at it. And Napoleon showed again and again during that campaign in 1796 in Italy that he was thinking 10 times faster than his enemies.
Northern Italy, though stripped bare by its liberators, was finally free. Napoleon now proceeded to establish a series of new Italian republics. He had no actual brief to do this, but could argue that he was fulfilling his orders by exporting the ideals of the French Revolution.
He set up two republics, the Cisalpine and Cispadine. He wrote largely on his own the constitutions for these two states, and he appointed all the officials. He was beginning to get to like playing with the clay of the world and forming it into his own images.
If you go to the Museum of the Risorgimento in Milan, you will see several rooms dedicated to Napoleon as the first of those forces who led to the unification of Italy. He put the government of northern Italy into Italian hands. And so I would say his image among Italians and his legacy among Italians is really quite positive.
Napoleon's military adventures in Italy had been wildly successful. He had enriched the nation, won the loyalty of his troops, and lived in Milan like the emperor he would one day become. In December 1797, Napoleon returned to Paris in triumph. Although he had brought glory and wealth to France, his return was unsettling for a weak government that had every reason to worry about the presence of a hugely popular and ambitious general with time on his hands. The Directory decided he needed a project to occupy his great gifts, but distract him from any political ambitions. The project they chose was the invasion of England, and Napoleon was given the role of planner-in-chief.
Napoleon saw Britain as the key power that had built up opposition to France in the 1790s. Britain, after all, had subsidised France's opponents on the continent. Britain was the leading commercial and maritime and oceanic power in the world, the power best placed through its control over international trade to finance opposition. And the British government under William Pitt the Younger was a determined opponent.
The constancy of the British government at this time has to be applauded. They were iron hard. Napoleon recognised that until he could get across the Channel, that little spit of water, and land an army large enough to conquer the place, there was going to be no peace.
The war, in many ways, was doing the British a great deal of good. It had allowed them to mop up Dutch and French colonies in the West Indies, at the Cape of Good Hope, in the Indian Ocean, India itself. The British ruled the seas in a way which they had never done before, so why should they hurry to come to terms? So ultimately, if the French were to secure the gains they'd made between 1792 and 1796, they would have to come to terms with the British.
If peace could not be achieved by negotiation, then perhaps there has to be some kind of military action. And the most obvious military action, of course, would be to invade across the English Channel.
His plan, conceived with the aid of the Irish rebel leader Wolfe Tone, involved a fleet of 65 purpose-built gunboats and 250 fishing boats, which together would carry 24,750 men.
In 1797-98, however, the prospect of a French invasion of Britain was dramatically lessened by a series of British naval victories. In 1797, British squadrons defeated both the Dutch and the Spanish fleets at Camperdown and Cape St. Vincent, and the French had been relying in part on their allied naval strength in order to cover any invasion. Quite clearly, any invasion of Britain which could not guarantee control over the sea would be astonishingly vulnerable.
He very quickly realised, as he saw the Royal Navy three-deckers cruising up and down the Channel, that his gunboats and his fishing boats were going to be blown out of the water as soon as he set foot on the water, so to speak. And after studying the problem for some time and realising that he could not, with the French fleet in its existing state, achieve supremacy on the Channel for more than about 2 seconds, he advised the government against it.
However hard we try, we will not achieve naval supremacy in a few years. To undertake an invasion of England without being masters of the sea would be the boldest and most dangerous operation ever carried out.
With the invasion of England ruled out for the foreseeable future, it was left to Charles Talleyrand, the new foreign minister, to propose an alternative. His suggestion appealed greatly to Napoleon: the conquest of Egypt.
The British control of Egypt gave them the opportunity to get to India and their trade routes and so on, and gave them greater control of the Mediterranean. If the French could take Malta, which was a very strategically located island in the Mediterranean, and throw the British out of Egypt, then it would be possible to pretty much end England's ability to control the Mediterranean and do great damage to her economically as well.
You could point out that pre-revolutionary French governments had been interested in Egypt, or one could go for a more cynical and Machiavellian interpretation and argue that essentially Napoleon wished to keep control of his army, that the easiest way to keep control of his army was to take it somewhere and engage in operations that might also build up his own personal reputation. I think both of those are true, but I think there is a third factor which, in a sense, is almost more important, and that is Napoleon's absorption with himself.
It has been called his Oriental complex. Some have seen it as the desire to emulate his idol, Alexander the Great.
I'm sure that he was aware of the parallels that would be brought to bear if he were to go to Egypt and be successful against the British. Not only would he strike a blow against the British where he could, that is to say on land, but, as he said to one or two of his associates, just think, then there's India, where Alexander had been. So certainly the parallel was there.
Napoleon was always keen to use historical parallels. He had a taste for using high-flown rhetoric about what he was doing, and certainly he liked to talk about great conquerors of the past, Alexander and Tamburlaine and so on and so forth. Whether that really influenced what he did in 1798, I very much doubt.
Egypt was also a very fascinating and mysterious country to the Western world in those days. We didn't have Egyptology like we do today. You didn't have tourists routinely going and seeing the pyramids of Giza and so on. In fact, when Napoleon took his soldiers, he also brought with him a small army of scientists and engineers and artists.
Their primary purpose was to study and record Egypt's wealth of historical and cultural data. Naturally, their work would reflect well on the little corporal who had brought them there. At 3 a.m. on the night of 30th of June, with 55,000 men in squally weather at Marabat, 8 miles from Alexandria, Napoleon reviewed his troops and marched on Egypt's second city. The French were in luck. One of the gates of the city had been left open. By lunchtime, Napoleon had taken the city with only 200 of his men wounded. Leaving Alexandria in the capable hands of Jean-Baptiste Kléber, Napoleon turned south and began the long and terrible march to Cairo.
I saw soldiers dying in the sand from lack of water and food. The intense heat had forced them to abandon their booty, and many others, tired of suffering, simply blew their brains out.
The French hadn't really thought through what the Egyptian invasion would entail. The French had not sent a land force to North Africa since the Crusades. Napoleon was well aware that in terms of firepower, his army was likely to beat any force that the Mamluk rulers of Egypt could deploy against it. But in terms of infrastructure, he was dependent on the resources that he could gain there.
So the march to Cairo was a disaster. They had extreme heat and not nearly enough drinkable water. Men went crazy. Men died of thirst. Men committed suicide. It was not a pretty sight. And when they finally did get to the Nile, many of them drank far too much water too quickly and also got sick.
After 2 weeks, they found themselves in the shadow of the Great Pyramids at Giza, facing a combined army of Turks and Egyptians 24,000 strong. Napoleon drew up 2 divisions of infantry in hollow squares 6 deep, with guns at the angles. He kept a 3rd division in reserve. Before the battle, he sought to inspire his men.
Soldiers, from the height of those pyramids, 40 centuries looked down on you.
The elite of the Turkish-Egyptian army were 8,000 Mamelukes, men whose whole lives and wealth were dedicated to fighting. Their leader was Murad Bey, a man who could behead an ox with a single blow of his scimitar. At his signal, the Mamelukes charged the French squares. As they reached them, Napoleon swept in from the rear with the reserve division, cutting the Mamelukes off from their main army. He then ordered his artillery to open fire. The 16,000 Egyptians, who had never seen heavy guns, panicked and fled.
We see here a discrepancy of military technology and organization, and although the enemy fought with conspicuous gallantry and indeed tenacity, the French had little difficulty in dealing with them.
The Battle of the Pyramids lasted just 2 hours, but secured Lower Egypt for the French with the loss of only 200 men. Napoleon marched triumphantly on to Cairo. Bad news awaited him. A British fleet under Horatio Nelson had surprised the French in the Bay of Aboukir. 13 out of 17 French warships had been destroyed.
It was one of the most decisive, annihilating battles in all of naval history. A wonderful example of all the qualities that Napoleon showed on land were displayed by Nelson in a maritime capacity, in command at sea. Daring, enterprise, energy, wonderfully motivated subordinates, and it led to a catastrophic defeat on the part of the French. And as a result, from that time on, Napoleon was trapped in Egypt.
The campaign ground on, but by March 1799, Egypt was under Napoleon's control. The Egyptians named their new leader Sultan el-Kabir. Napoleon now turned towards Syria. Intelligence had reached him that the Turks were planning to mount a twofold attack, via sea from Rhodes, aided by the British, and on land via Palestine and Sinai. Napoleon's plan was to meet and promptly defeat the land army in Syria. Then he would deal with the seaborne threat.
The invasion of Palestine, and then after that the French forces actually moved on into Syria. The invasion of Palestine was characterised by a number of episodes which can leave you with very different impressions of Napoleon. There was the massacre of over 1,000 Turkish prisoners in Gaza, which suggests a degree of cruelty and hostility towards particularly non-Europeans, of which there are other signs in Napoleonic rule. I mean, his treatment of the black West Indians of Haiti in an attempt to reconquer those was a good example of his fundamental ambivalence about non-Europeans.
He could do pretty well anything, and no one would find out about it. Or if they found out about it, they'd find out through a carefully edited version which he was providing. And it was the interests of him, and indeed all around him, to put the best possible gloss on what we would regard as today as completely unacceptable atrocities. I don't think anyone will ever know the truth, the whole truth, of what actually happened at Gaza. The best account, I think, suggests that it was, in a way, an act of compassion on their part to slaughter the prisoners, in that there were no supplies, there was no water for them. They would have died anyway. That's one possible way of looking at it. I think the fact is that so many layers of myth and counter-myth have been piled onto it that we shall never know what really happened.
There's also the very famous visit to sick and wounded people in Jaffa, and which was, much painted, and that presented an image of Napoleon as almost a kind of sort of Christ-like redeemer figure, and it was designed to complement the idea of him being a great warrior.
And this, I think, quite rightly, as it has been pointed out, this is a miracle-working gesture. He's presenting himself as someone who is so special that he can heal wounds. It's a healing gesture as well as a compassionate gesture.
The French army enjoyed rapid, if hard-won, success in Syria before reaching the city of Acre. The garrison there was defended by the Turks with 250 guns and 800 English sailors under Sidney Smith. Napoleon decided to try and capture it. He had only 12 guns. Ammunition was so scarce, he had to scavenge for spent enemy cannonballs to use. 3 times the French breached the castle walls. 3 times they were driven back. 9 more guns arrived by sea. But still the French could not get a foothold in Acre. On 7th of May, 30 Anglo-Turkish ships arrived with reinforcements. Napoleon cursed his men, calling them effeminate, but it was no use. He reluctantly abandoned the siege and returned to Egypt.
The image of Napoleon is that this was a total failure, and certainly there was a failure at the siege of Acre. But the reality is he stopped the invasion, he prevented the Turks from moving further south and on into Egypt, and he at least temporarily solidified his position, which allowed him to return to Egypt in time to defeat the second Turkish invasion, which came by sea.
On 25th of July, Napoleon, with 8,000 men, met a Turkish force of 9,000 at Apukir. His first offensive drove the Turks back to Mount Vizier. Murat received a bullet from a pistol in his lower jaw, but fought on bravely. After the battle, he could even turn it into a joke.
Tell all the young ladies that even if Murat has lost some of his good looks, they won't find that he has lost any of his bravery in the war of love.
Napoleon's victory was decisive. 5,000 Turks were drowned, some 2,000 were killed on the battlefield, and 2,000 were captured.
No amount of success on land was going to compensate for the fact that he was now isolated. Egypt had not proved a staging point on the way to India. Never would have been. There was no French fleet in the Red Sea. There was no particular way in which the grand plans that he entertained, at least in his imagination, could have been furthered. Equally, he was now vulnerable and he was distant from the centre of political development in Paris.
So it was time to go. There was nothing left for him in Egypt. On the other hand, back in France, with the war resuming at the end of 1798 and going very badly indeed for the revolution, for the Republican government in the early months of 1799, there was clearly work for him to do there. And that's why he went back.
Once safely back on French soil, Napoleon received the hero's welcome that was becoming almost customary. Many already saw Napoleon as a potential leader of France. But even with popular and military support, he could not risk overplaying his hand. The weakness at the center of French politics had created a complex web of factions, each with its own agenda. These did not necessarily include Napoleon. But Events were moving in his favor. Emmanuel Joseph Thiers, the man who had betrayed Robespierre, was now the most influential member of the Directory. With another member, Roger Ducos, he planned a coup. But he needed someone with military nous and muscle to complete the triumvirate.
It has been argued, could be argued, perhaps should be argued, that it was only a matter of time before a general arrived to restore order in France. So when Bonaparte comes back from Egypt in 1799, as still with the aura of success around his head, somewhat tarnished by the disasters in Egypt, he's the man to go for.
After all, he was already noted for his willingness to use force, famously the remark about the whiff of grape shot and the use of cannon on the Paris streets in 1795 to support the government. And although that did not prove necessary in 1799, he was the crucial muscle.
The overthrow of the Directory was planned for November 1799, the month of Brumaire in the new calendar. But the coup did not pass off as smoothly as the plotters had envisaged. In the chamber of the Council of 500, voices were raised against them. Napoleon himself addressed them and was physically assaulted. He escaped only with the aid of his loyal troops, who purged the chamber of dissenting voices. Those who were left formally approved the replacement of the Directory by the new regime. 3 consuls, Thiers, Ducos, and Napoleon, would now govern France. Thiers saw Napoleon as very much the junior partner. Not surprisingly, Napoleon saw himself differently.
Napoleon cooperated completely in the overthrow, became the leading member of the government, elbowed the 2 others aside, cast them into the dustbin of history, and emerged as the first consul with pretty absolute powers.
Napoleon became first consul on 25th December 1799. He was now de facto ruler of France.
He's able to secure his authority so easily because he's not associated in people's minds with any particular political grouping. He's only associated with military victory. And so he could be all things to all people. And so to the left, he could do things which made him appeal to them. He could do things to the right, like concluding a concordat with the Pope, which would lead to reconciliation with the Catholic Church and all those millions who still supported it in France. He could appeal to pretty well everybody and put it together in a package so that they could all say, well, perhaps we're not getting everything we want, but we're getting enough, including, of course, most importantly, military victory, sealed by the greatest, the invincible Napoleon Bonaparte, to make them continue supporting him.
Within months, the renewed Austrian threat in Italy saw him back on the battlefield. With a force of 24,000 and greatly outnumbered, he faced the Austrians at Marengo. Once again, the gods smiled on him. What could have been a humiliating defeat was turned into a resounding victory. But the Austrian threat was not about to go away. The stage would soon be set for one of the crowning achievements of an already illustrious career. By 1800, Napoleon was securely established as first consul of France. It had been a meteoric rise. He could now shape the country according to his will and put his own stamp on the course of world events. Napoleon's heroes were the likes of Alexander the Great and Charlemagne, visionary men who combined ambition with overwhelming military skill. Now, Napoleon was poised to make a similar contribution to world history. His genius as a soldier and tactician had won him a host of victories, forging in the process an army that was both battle-hardened and fiercely loyal to its young commander.
By 1800, the world was at Napoleon's feet. He was a national hero of unparalleled popularity. He had defeated the Austrians, he had defeated the British, he had opened up Egypt to the world, And now he had taken control of a French government that was almost universally unpopular. He was going to be the savior of France.
There's no return of the royalists to France. The church at this time still is effectively in exile. So many of the values of the revolution are still upheld by Napoleon. And I think he's seen very much as the flag of the revolution still at that time.
Now, Napoleon did not want to be another regime that went out within a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. What he wanted to try and do was to stabilise what he saw as the achievement of the revolution while removing some of what he saw as its excesses.
In December 1799, Napoleon had stated to the French people, "Citizens, the revolution is confined to the principles which commenced it. It is finished." He had drawn a line under the revolution, and it was for him dead.
I think outside France, the response to Napoleon's seizure of power at Brumaire, 1799, was surprisingly favourable. They didn't know what was coming. And remember, they were looking back on a terrible decade of bloodshed inside and outside France. So when Napoleon arrives and announces that the revolution is over, there were a lot of people who wanted to believe him and to believe that stability had returned to France at last.
There had always been a deeply conservative streak in Napoleon's makeup. His love of power outweighed any commitment he may have had to democratic principles. Yet it was not power for its own sake that drove him. It gave him the freedom to influence the future of France and the events of a new century. As first consul, he had that power and immediately set about using it.
He had introduced, or shall we say improved, the secret police under Fouché, and he had a steady flow of information about anybody who could be a danger to his rule. He introduced a fairly rigid censorship, and from some 70 Parisian journals, he reduced them down to about 3 in a very short space of time. Nobody was allowed to publish anything that was in conflict with the principles of the government, his government.
I think Napoleon recognised that he had an opportunity due to the fact that France had become so polarised. Opinion had been so polarised by the Terror especially, that so much had unravelled during the course of the 1790s that there was a tremendous opportunity for someone who stood above parties to take all those unravelled strands and put them back together again. And that can be seen in the fact that he was prepared to use anybody, any talents, no matter where they came from, so long as they served his purpose. He's always in control. But I don't think he bears a grudge against what had gone before, whether it was the Directory or indeed the old regime for that matter.
Wanted the supporters of the old regime, of the Bourbons, to be part of his grand coalition, if you will. He wanted, as much as anything, to have a united France. And for a time, the old regime was actually fairly favorable toward Napoleon, largely because they thought once he brought stability, once he got rid of some of the more radical elements of the revolution, that he, Napoleon, might very well bring back the king. In fact, Louis, the future Louis XVIII, wrote to Napoleon and said, "Ah, well done, my lad. Now, why don't you bring me back and all will be well?" And Napoleon wrote back very politely saying, "Sorry, but if you came back, it would be over the bodies of 100,000 dead Frenchmen." I mean, there was no way. Once they realized that Napoleon was not going to be a conduit for the return of the Louis, then they turned on Napoleon. And they made a number of efforts to assassinate Napoleon. The most famous of these efforts, of course, was the so-called infernal machine.
On Christmas Eve, 1800, Napoleon and Josephine were to attend a performance of Haydn's Creation. They travelled in separate coaches. The Royalists had rigged up an infernal machine, a bomb attached to a barrel of gunpowder. It was time to blow up the two coaches together. By sheer good fortune, a gap opened up between the coaches by the time they arrived. Napoleon and Josephine were unscathed, but 52 bystanders were maimed or killed.
That explosion, however, that effort, gave Napoleon an opportunity to eliminate some of his opponents.
There was, of course, a good deal of opposition to the Napoleonic regime after 1799. After all, most French people involved in politics after 1789 had got used to a culture of confrontation, to a culture of conflict, and they couldn't simply change in 1799. And so, of course, a great deal of opposition went on almost as a matter of instinct. There was opposition from the right, I need hardly say, from die-hard Catholics and Royalists. There's opposition from the left, from old-style Jacobins. There's opposition from pretty well every possible quarter.
He always understood that other generals would see him in that position and say, well, gee, that could have been me, you know, and maybe it should have been me, but it wasn't. And Napoleon had to deal with that.
Generals whom he did not trust lost office, lost their positions in the army, or were placed in positions where they were not able to take independent initiatives. And of course, once he was in control of the army and he actively pushed the careers of those people who he could rely on, then he wasn't really concerned greatly about any other possible centre of resistance.
On the left, you had the Jacobins. You had the die-hard revolutionaries who weren't at all sure that a military man as more or less the single leader of France was what they had in mind. Napoleon's desire for order, which was undoubtedly good for the nation, may have raised the hackles of some of the Jacobins who thought that maybe the revolution should come back in a more pure form.
The Jacobins had a secret ally, Joseph Fouché, Napoleon's hated chief of police. He covered up for them and tried to divert Napoleon in the direction of the Royalists. After all, they had been behind the infernal machine.
I don't think the Jacobins were a threat after 1799. They're few in number. They enjoy little support on the streets of Paris, which Napoleon was very careful to keep quiet through a combination of bread and circuses. And although they make a great deal of noise, I don't think they amounted to very much. It helped Napoleon. It helped him to keep the right and the centre-right under control by pretending that they're potentially very dangerous. And if they don't keep Napoleon in power, then it'll be back to the days of the terror and so on and so forth.
130 Republicans were branded terrorists. A death sentence in all but name. Napoleon next turned his attention to the Catholic Church. Stripped of its influence and prestige by the Revolution, it had been rendered virtually powerless. Napoleon decided to reinstate it to a position of influence.
Napoleon's resumption on behalf of France of Catholicism was in a sense a political measure. He saw this as a way to stabilise the situation, and he was correct. To actually follow an anti-church policy, an anti-religious policy, was not a way to enhance the stability of the regime.
He'd seen at first hand, especially in Italy, the force of Catholicism as an ideology and the Catholic Church as an institution in mobilizing popular opposition to the French regime. And he realized that if true domestic stability were to be returned to France, then some kind of arrangement with the Roman Catholic Church would have to be initiated.
At that point in time, Napoleon saw that there could be money to be made by allowing the church back into France, but it was not going to be the old church with its feudal rights and with its property. It was going to be Napoleon's church, like Henry VIII's Church of England. It was Napoleon's Church of France, and it did what he said.
The Pope wanted Napoleon to recognize the church as the dominant religion, but Napoleon wouldn't do that. Instead, he recognized the church as the religion of the overwhelming majority of French citizens. Now, that might seem like just a matter of semantics, but it made a big difference to the people that Napoleon needed for support. Remember, this was not a popular move among the intellectuals, among the Jacobins, the revolutionaries, and among many of the middle class who feared that the next step might be to give back the church lands which they now owned.
So it was that at midnight on 15th July 1801, Napoleon entered into a concordat with Pope Pius VII. To those who still supported the principles of the revolution, this smacked of betrayal. But, as Napoleon had guessed, the official restoration of their religion proved hugely popular with the ordinary people of France, who flocked to the newly opened churches. At Notre Dame on Easter Day, 1802, a mass was held to celebrate the new concordat. Afterwards, Napoleon asked General Delmar whether he thought the service had been a success.
Pretty monkish mummery. The only thing missing were the 1,000,000 men who died to overthrow what you are now setting up again.
There was massive opposition to the Concordat inside France from the left, from the old Jacobins, because the Concordat was the most visible sign that Napoleon was prepared to compromise with the old regime, here with the dominant ideology of the old regime. And so there was a good deal of muttering, and not all of it under their breath, on the part of a number of senior generals, for example, many of whom were Jacobin by orientation.
But even these sentiments did nothing to deflect Napoleon. On 4th of August, 1802, following a landslide victory in a plebiscite, Napoleon was made consul for life. In effect, he was now Emperor of France. The church was now firmly back at the centre of French society. Equally importantly, it was also under the thumb of the new consul. But the restoration of the Catholic Church was only the first area of national life on which Napoleon determined to put his stamp. He saw himself in the tradition of the lawgivers of the ancient world. Introduced in stages, the Code Napoleon would ratify a new legal system in many areas of French life: marriage, education, the jury system. Napoleon had an official explanation for introducing the code. The revolution had bred a spirit of extreme individualism.
It is necessary to throw upon the soil of France a few blocks of granite in order to give a direction to the public spirit.
There are many misconceptions about Napoleon and the Code Napoleon. Napoleon didn't write it himself. A body of legislation had already been started in 1792 and continued from then on. It was in 1792 and 1793 that the old feudal rights were swept away. Napoleon did not sweep them away, as is popularly believed. He merely ensured that they were embodied into his new Code Napoleon, which, as I say, was lying around in the parliamentary system when he came along. What he did, he ramrodded it through in 90 sessions so that it was a coherent and well thought out document which was passed into law. As, what else? The Code Napoleon.
The codification of French laws under the consulate, which becomes the civil code, is a very good example of how Napoleon went to work. He got the best people, he organized them, he motivated them, he controlled them, he kept them up to their work, not least by chairing some of the sessions himself. And then he was able to enforce it throughout France through a new centralized bureaucratic system introduced after 1799, based on the prefects.
However much the code purported to benefit the French people as a whole, it was not a move towards democracy and freedom. The only people who really benefited were those Napoleon saw as the social and economic backbone of his new society, the wealthy middle classes who had done so well out of the revolution.
At its root, the French Revolution was a middle-class revolution with middle-class ideals. And Napoleon was also, at his root, a middle-class leader. His goals, his ideals, his policies were geared toward the middle class. Nowhere is this more true than in the field of education. A lot of folks don't realize that Napoleon made great strides to reorganize and reform and improve the French educational system, and that the curriculum ought to be that geared toward preparing people to be members of the middle class, to be government workers, to be military leaders, in short, to be the leadership cadre of France under Napoleon. This is not unlike the system anywhere in the world today. Education is largely a middle-class kind of institution.
In 1802, Napoleon introduced a new honours system, the Legion of Honour. Someone suggested it should be an exclusively military honour. Napoleon disagreed.
If we make a distinction between military and civil honours, we shall be instituting two orders, whereas the nation is one. If we award honours only to soldiers, that will be still worse, for then the nation will cease to exist.
It met with fierce criticism, especially from the left. It was not egalitarian, but among the population at large, it was popular. In all, 30,000 people were decorated.
It was Napoleon who once said, "It is with baubles that men are led." And he is obviously quite right. I mean, you give a guy a star to pin on his coat and he feels 10 feet tall, rather like iron crosses in World War II. The Légion d'honneur was introduced in 4 grades. There was the Chevalier, the officer, the Commander, the Grand Eagle and Grand Officer. And it was open to all those on the field of battle who had achieved something of daring and of note. In that way, it was extremely democratic, and somebody who had won the Légion d'honneur could look to having Field Marshal baton maybe slipped into his knapsack a day or two afterwards.
It was deeply resented by the old Jacobins as a sign that Napoleon was abandoning the egalitarian ideals of the revolution. And I think it has to be said that that is right. He was creating an elite and singling them out through the award of medals, through the award of a whole hierarchy of titles and uniforms, and so on and so forth.
Napoleon may have been a national hero to the French, but he was not a man of the people. He created an even greater distance between himself and the people when he introduced a new nobility, the notables. These were local citizens who, by virtue of their wealth, paid the highest taxes. In return, they were given titles, official positions, and huge official salaries. On Sunday, 2nd December 1804, in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, Pope Pius VII crowned Napoleon as Emperor of France. Almost as if the revolution had never happened, there was now a single ruler, a state church, an honours system, and a new nobility. But whatever the similarities, it was not the old France. It was a very new entity, ruled by the greatest military genius of the age. He was about to prove the point yet again in spectacular style.
Up until now, that the French army had been made up of a series of armies. So you had the army of Italy, the army of the interior, the army of Germany, and so on. With Napoleon now being the virtual dictator and the supreme military commander, it was important that there was just one army, and that became the Grand Army.
The Grande Armée was an effective army. It was particularly well structured in the development of the corps system, which was essentially a building on the earlier idea of the division. The point about the corps is that it enabled a commander of a corps to contain within that the three independent arms, infantry, cavalry and artillery, so that as an individual corps they could, as it were, cover the bases.
It was a standardized system which has been accepted throughout the world as being the best way to do the job. It's still used today and is unbeatable.
The Grand Army was nothing unique. What Napoleon was he was a great user of other people's ideas, and many of the concepts adopted within the Grand Army had been tried out in the 18th century, and indeed the famous corps system that is spoken about quite often with Napoleon was experimentally tried out first by Moreau in the German theatre. So the idea of a corps was not something that was unique to Napoleon, but it certainly was a good idea, and Napoleon was certainly the first one to admit that if it's a good idea, it should be used.
In 1803, despite an interim period of peace, Britain and France were once more at war. By 1805, Britain had been joined by Austria, Russia and Sweden in the Third Coalition. For the second time, Napoleon began to make plans for the invasion of Britain. Work began on the construction of specially designed vessels. A potential invasion force of over 150,000 troops was to be assembled. As he quickly learned, naval warfare demanded different skills from land warfare.
Napoleon invested a vast amount of money and time in preparing the invasion in the years up to 1803. There is no doubt that he meant to do it. He even had the idea of digging a tunnel under the channel, which was abandoned fairly rapidly. So yes, certainly he intended to do it, but his admirals kept saying to him, you know, we can't just push the boats out and make them do what you want. We have to have the right winds at the right time, and this Napoleon could never comprehend.
Coordinating forces at sea was not like moving units on a battlefield. Obviously, once they were out of sight of land, it was virtually impossible to know where they were, and impossible unless you could get a quicker ship to catch up with them to send them messages. So the coordination of naval forces was very difficult.
One of the problems that Napoleon had was that there was no tradition of naval power in France. They had a navy, certainly. They had some very, very fine fighting ships. They even had a few good commanders, but they didn't have anything at all like the tradition of England.
They had been starved of adequate naval supplies. They couldn't renew the rigging on the boats. The spars were rotten in some cases. The hulls were creaking and leaking. The crews were rebellious under the new spirit of republicanism. Many of the officers had emigrated to save their necks. Many other able officers preferred to go into the merchant marine, which they could happily do, because there at least was some money to be made from capturing foreign prizes.
And then with the imposition of a British blockade by the Royal Navy, the French Navy is cooped up in port, starved of resources, starved of men, and with no training. And so every time the French Navy goes to sea and takes on, or almost every time they go to sea and take on the Royal Navy, they get a bloody nose. And that leads in part to the disaster at the Battle of the Nile, Aboukir Bay in 1798, and then most spectacularly, of course, to Trafalgar.
It was already clear prior to Trafalgar that the situation did not permit an invasion of Britain. Indeed, the French army was already moved into Germany for the Ulm-Austerlitz campaign. So that in fact, the fleet which sailed out of Cadiz, which was a French and Spanish fleet, was not intended to invade Britain. It might have been that if that fleet hadn't been destroyed, that subsequently it would have been used in an attempt to cover an invasion after the defeat of Austria. But actually in 1805, by the time of Trafalgar, what Napoleon is most concerned about is to get ships into the Mediterranean to help his campaign in Italy.
With the threat of invasion removed, you can argue that the British no longer had any incentive to come to peace terms with Napoleon, that they had all of the reasons in the world not to come to peace terms. The British were determined to maintain a balance of power on the continent, and to do this, they could not tolerate a France that was too strong. It was not enough just to have naval dominance, because if Napoleon could control all of the continent, he could establish a navy. It might take some time, but he could do it, and then it might be possible for it to have an invasion.
As the Allies made plans of their own in mainland Europe, it must have seemed that the Emperor's attention was diverted elsewhere. But Napoleon's Grande Armée had used its time on the Channel coast to rest and retrain. It could, and would, now be employed to devastating effect. Intelligence reports had reached Napoleon at Boulogne that the coalition planned an ambitious multi-pronged attack. A force made up of British, Russian and Swedish troops would attack Hanover from the north. An Austrian army, under General Mack, would invade Bavaria, supported by a large Russian contingent. Another Austrian army was to strike towards Lombardy from northern Italy, whilst a force under Archduke John of Austria attacked the Tyrol. In the south, a mixed nationality force would launch an assault on Naples. Napoleon, with the Grande Armée at its fighting peak, preempted the coalition's plans by making a swift and decisive move against General Mack in Bavaria. He would remove Mack from the game even before his Russian support had arrived. The Allies, lacking Napoleon's intelligence network, believed wrongly that he would strike first in Italy. They were completely unprepared. Once more, the little corporal descended like a thunderbolt. Once more, the Austrians reeled before him.
It's hard to imagine moving tens and tens of thousands of soldiers all the way from the French coastline into Germany in secrecy. But he, to a very large extent, accomplished that. He also accomplished it in an incredibly short period of time, a mere matter of weeks. Now, the first Austrian force he encountered was at Ulm, under the command of General Mack. General Mack had not a clue that Napoleon was about to encircle him. He almost literally wakes up one morning and discovers that the French have him surrounded.
So as Mack realises that his lines of communication have finally been severed by Napoleon's movements to La Derrière, apart from a fleeing cavalry force under the Archduke Ferdinand, Mack realises the game is up, and with his 25,000 men he surrenders to Napoleon, presenting himself as the unfortunate General Mack. And then Napoleon does take great glee in returning his sword and sending him back to the Emperor of Austria with the news of his own demise.
The manoeuvre around the rear of the Austrian force at Ulm in 1805 was a masterpiece of planning and reflects nothing but glory on the Grande Armée from Napoleon through Berthier and the General Staff all the way down to the guys who were trudging along the roads. It was a masterpiece. Its importance lay not in taking the city of Ulm, which is in a position very difficult to defend anyway, but its importance lay in the capture of the unfortunate General Mack, 25,000 Austrians, the demoralization which pervaded the entire Austrian army after this debacle, and the moral ascendancy that he won over his Austrian and Russian foes when he went forward to fight them again at Austerlitz.
The action against Austria had brought Prussia perilously close to joining the coalition. Napoleon decided on another preemptive strike to weaken the Russians before Prussia could add her weight to that of the Allies. He moved towards the Russians, who were advancing under General Kutuzov. When he learned of the Austrian collapse at Ulm, Kutuzov retreated, keeping one step ahead of the pursuing French. He doubled back across the Danube, cleverly eluding Napoleon, and linking up with the army of General Boxhausen near the town of Olmütz. For once, Napoleon had been outmaneuvered. On 23rd November 1805, at Brunn, 45 kilometers from Olmütz, the Grande Armée rested after their long march from the French coast. They were exhausted and outnumbered. But their finest hour was coming.
Now, at this point, Napoleon's position is not nearly as good as it had been earlier. His lines of communication are much longer. His soldiers are much tireder. He sent various portions of his army out into other areas searching for the main body of Austrians and Russians who have now entered the fray. So by the time he gets to Austerlitz, he's got a little bit of a problem. He no longer has the dominant force. He's no longer got the element of surprise. And so he has to resort to some other way of assuring victory.
Napoleon's early skill as an artillery officer had trained him to understand how landscape could be used against an enemy. He surveyed the area around Brunn.
Gentlemen, examine this ground carefully. It is going to be a battlefield.
Dividing his force, he ordered 1/3 of his army under Soult, Murat and Laon to take possession of the village of Austerlitz and the adjacent Pratzen heights. They were to be set up to look like sitting ducks to the numerically superior Russians. Cleverly, Napoleon cultivated the appearance of weakness, receiving Russian envoys and apparently keen to consider peace terms. The Russians didn't know that 22,000 reinforcements would arrive unseen and unsuspected. The French were made to look even weaker when Napoleon withdrew them from the Pratzen heights.
Now, you don't normally give up the high ground in a battle if you've already got it, unless you're about to leave. And so he gives up the high ground, and the Russians and the Austrians are astounded, you know. They say, what? Okay, fine. So they immediately, of course, move on to the Pratzen Heights. They're out looking over the whole area. I've stood on the Pratzen Heights, you can see for miles.
The trap was set. The bait had been brilliantly prepared. General Kutuzov's Russian bear needed little urging to take it. The Russians attacked the French right, but were soon hit by a counterattack. This meant the Russians had to take reinforcements from the Pratzen Heights.
Napoleon, with the main body of his army, is shielded below the base of the Pratzen Heights, behind a slight ridge, and a fortuitous thick fog. The Austrians and Russians have no idea he's there. When enough of the Allied forces have descended down after the French right flank, Napoleon gives the order and his forces storm the Pratzen Heights. They realize the mistake up there on the hill, and they try to recall some of their soldiers to defend the Pratzen Heights, but it's too late. Napoleon is able to force his way onto the Pratzen Heights, splitting the armies of his opponents in half. He sends some folks after the retreating Russians. They are able to retreat more or less in decent order, but then he descends on the Austrians. He's now got them sandwiched in between the forces they thought they were pursuing and the forces of Napoleon up on top of the hill, and they are crushed.
As the day wore on, the Russian retreat turned to shambolic nightmare. Harried by the French, the Russians fled south towards the frozen lakes surrounding the heights. Napoleon ordered the French artillery to shoot holes in the ice. In a horrific finale, an insult to those who had fought so bravely, large numbers of men and horses died in the icy waters. When the British Prime Minister Pitt heard the news, he was shattered.
Roll up that map of Europe. It will not be needed these 10 years.
Austerlitz has been seen by some as Napoleon's finest hour. This, of course, is always a tricky issue. I mean, is greatness to be judged, or military greatness to be judged in terms of victory, or sometimes in terms of staving off defeat in very difficult circumstances?
He had demonstrated that he was so far above his opponents. He was so superior to them in planning, in conception, in managing his assets on the battlefield and off it, in judging the character of his enemies, in manipulating their weaknesses and reducing their strengths. Yes, this has got to be his finest.
It epitomised Napoleonic warfare, in terms of the men and material used, in terms of his strategy, in terms of tactics on the battlefield. This was it. This was the perfect example of how a battle could be fought, how a battle should be fought. There's no textbook lesson that can be derived from it. It was just something that was perfect.
With the military plans of the coalition in tatters, Austria sued for peace, as her Russian allies retreated through Poland to lick their wounds. For Napoleon, the political map of Europe was waiting to be drawn according to his own designs.
I do not believe that Napoleon ever negotiated a peace. He was incapable of doing so. He negotiated truces when it suited him, but that was only with a view to making war later on terms more advantageous to himself. I don't think that he was psychologically capable of ever making peace with any other power. And the reason for that is that I don't think, although however mad this may sound, that he had aims. That was the secret to success in warfare, according to Clausewitz, was limited aims. And that's what Frederick the Great, for example, had done. He used war as an instrument. When he'd achieved his objective, he stopped. But Napoleon had no objectives. He allowed success in war to generate those objectives, and once they'd been attained, if he were still winning, as of course he was until the end, he went on to some more aims. There was no sense of any clear, coherent aim which would enable him to say, I've achieved what I wanted to achieve, so I can now make peace.
Austerlitz is followed by peace with Austria, and a rather difficult peace in terms of the Austrians, loss of territory, humiliation. But war continues with Russia, and in 1806 is to be widened by the entry of Prussia into the war.
On 7th of August, 1806, Prussia declared war on France and began to mobilize an army of 146,000 men. Within weeks, Russia and Britain had joined her in the Fourth Coalition. Once again, the Grande Armée and its seemingly invincible commander would take to the field.
The politics of 1806 are very complex. The Prussians didn't particularly want to fight Napoleon, but Napoleon pushed and intimidated and bullied them, and they themselves tried to respond to the opportunities of Russia and Britain being at war with France, and in the end, Prussia comes into the war. Now, Prussia had not been in the war since 1795. Her military in the meantime had not really been developed, whereas the French military had become much more proficient. And Napoleon takes out, there's no other term that one can use really, Prussia in 1806 in an extraordinarily successful campaign.
On 13th October, Napoleon received news that a large Prussian force had gathered at Jena, a town on the River Saale near Leipzig. A furious battle ensued. The Prussians, under Prince Hohenlohe, fought bravely, but were no match for the numerically superior Grande Armée. By midday, the French had the upper hand. The Prussians, exposed and outnumbered, began to suffer terrible losses. Soon they were in retreat. Once again, Napoleon had emerged victorious. This time, there was a sting in the tail. He had believed that at Jena he had faced the main Prussian force. That night, on returning to his headquarters, he received astounding news.
Way away, about 20 kilometers away to the north, at Auerstedt, Davout, with his First Corps, had in fact blundered into the major part of the Prussian army. Davout was one of Napoleon's most competent corps commanders. His achievements this day were absolutely legendary. With his one corps occupying the vital ground of Hassenhausen, he held the field against almost the entire Prussian army and inflicted extremely heavy casualties against it. Napoleon refused at first to believe that he had only attacked and beaten the smaller part of the Prussian army and that Davout had done the man's job that day. And if you look at the battle honours of the French regiments involved there, you will find that they all get Jena, nobody gets Auerstedt.
This was not at all surprising. I mean, the same could be said of the 1800 campaign of Marengo. This was part of the pattern of military activity, that the person at the top generally claims the credit for their subordinates.
At home, the news of his victory against Prussia did not provoke the same enthusiasm as his exploits at Austerlitz. The French people, unlike their emperor, were war-weary. Conscription had seen a steady stream of young men march off to feed Napoleon's war machine. Soon, they would be marching to Poland. There, the Russians, under General Bennigsen, were waiting for them. On 6 February 1807, in a howling blizzard, the two armies met in one of Napoleon's bloodiest encounters yet. At Eylau, what began as a skirmish ended in a full-scale battle with terrible loss of life.
In many ways, Eylau was comparable to Gettysburg. It was an accident. Both armies were in the neighborhood of the town of Eylau at this time. The French did not intend to provoke a battle on the evening of the day. The Russians were close up to Eylau, but not in possession. All of a sudden, up rolled Imperial headquarters. The Russian patrol, which discovered them, alerted headquarters, and there was an attempt to evict them. This dragged more and more people in from both sides, and it developed into an extremely nasty affair, very close fought, very bloody, an awful lot of dead and wounded.
Eylau was a blood fest. It was a disaster for both sides. It was fought in a snowstorm. It was an old-fashioned slug each other until you both drop kind of affair. At the end, the casualties on both sides were enormous. Did anyone really gain any strategic advantage? You could argue perhaps the French gained a little bit, but nothing that could justify the carnage on the field. It was really one of the least advantageous and least happy battles, if you will, of the entire Napoleonic epic.
Even Napoleon, for whom war was akin to a natural state, was appalled by the carnage at Eylau.
The countryside is covered with dead and wounded. This is not the pleasantest part of war. One suffers, and the soil is oppressed to see so many sufferers.
Rather than press the campaign against the Russians, he withdrew to winter quarters. On the face of it, Eylau was yet another victory in Napoleon's battle roll of honor. But it had been a costly and fortunate victory. On top of that, the Russian threat had not been eliminated. With the end of winter, the campaign resumed. Another French victory followed at the Battle of Friedland. This time, the outcome was more decisive. The Russians now sought peace. This came with the signing on 3rd July 1807 of the Treaty of Tilsit. It left Napoleon virtually master of Europe, with an even freer hand to shape the political map of the continent. All this had come at a high price. Blood, misery, and warfare marked the little corporal's rise. The one could not have happened without the other.
I feel myself driven toward an end I do not know. As soon as I have reached it, as soon as I shall become unnecessary, an atom will suffice to shatter me. Till then, not all the forces in mankind can do anything against me.
There's a view of Napoleon held by some that he was a warmonger, that he was only interested in conquest, that he wanted to capture all of Europe for his own benefit, for his own aggrandizement. I don't believe that, and I think history will show clearly that that's not the case. Napoleon saw war as a means to an end.
There are different ways of looking at history. One way generally sees violence as a necessary way to overcome an old order in order to create the new. My own view is that that is a belief rather than an analysis. One could equally argue that people underrate the ability of existing systems to engender change, and that therefore the violence that one sees in episodes such as Napoleon or later, the violence of the 20th century revolutions, were not ones that one should necessarily see as progressive forces, and in some respects they actually made it harder to advance whatever one might regard as progressive.
By 1808, whatever was driving Napoleon had taken him to the throne of France, a position of unequalled influence in Europe and a further string of military victories. These had been the years of his zenith. More was to follow, but in future, the most powerful man in Europe wouldn't have everything his own way. By 1807, Napoleon was preparing to attack Portugal. That country's long-term alliance with England was becoming a thorn in the emperor's flesh. It thwarted his ambition to enforce the continental system throughout Europe and cut off all trade with England.
What the British had done is they'd blockaded trade going to France and France's allies, but at the same time they'd sold vast quantities of material to anybody willing to buy it, and, particularly by smuggling it often, but also to sort of, as it were, allies or intimidated powers who are quite happy to do things by the, by the back door. Napoleon's determined to stop this.
The continental system was simply a boycott by the entire continent, so Napoleon hoped, of British goods. He realised that, especially after Trafalgar, there was no way in which he could get at the British directly because of Britain's maritime supremacy, but he believed, with some justification, that the British economy rested on export or die. And so if he could prevent the British from exporting their manufactured goods to the continent, the British economy would get into difficulties and the British would be forced to make peace on Napoleon's terms.
He thus, at the Treaty of Tilsit and in the Berlin Decrees, introduced the continental system whereby no continental power was allowed to trade either in British goods or handle British ships or British goods coming in via neutrals. The only problem is that a trade embargo of this nature is a two-edged weapon. It cuts both ways. And the big question was, who was going to die first? And as it transpired, the ruination it brought upon the continental nations, largely excepting the French, I must say, because Napoleon robbed Peter to pay Paul and made sure that the French system survived least damaged. But it drove the Hanseatic towns into bankruptcy. It ruined Holland. Human beings being what they were, smuggling was rife. So the continental system was naked commercial warfare.
My motto is France first. If English commerce triumphs on the seas, that is because the English dominate the oceans. It is therefore logical that, since France is superior on land, she should make her trade dominant there. Otherwise, all is lost.
It was a system very, very difficult to enforce because, in effect, what Napoleon was trying to do was to police the entire coastline of the continent of Europe. Some parts of that coastline were directly under his control, as in France, for example, and there it was relatively straightforward to keep British goods out. But it was a very different matter trying to keep, let us say, British goods out of Trieste, which could then make their way across the Alps and into the heart of Europe, or to keep British goods out of Scandinavia. And whenever one hole was stopped up, another one appeared. So it was very difficult to seal off the continent from British goods.
Portugal is an obvious loophole, and therefore, in Napoleon's terms, troops have to be sent to Portugal. Portugal was traditionally Britain's best ally on the continent. It was a major trading partner of Britain, and it had depended for British troops on its security. The British had sent troops there in the 1700s. They sent a big force there in 1762. Portugal's opponent was Spain, and Spain had traditionally looked to France. Bourbon dynasty had ruled both states throughout the century until Louis XVI was deposed in France. Spain then went to war with the French, but following her defeat, Spain moved increasingly into the French sphere of influence, although it was a sphere of influence which was very much set by a bullying manner by the French.
Napoleon had other motives for invading Portugal. He could move from there to Spain, where he could take advantage of the political chaos in the country and absorb it into his French Empire.
Napoleon becomes interested in the idea of overthrowing the Bourbon in Spain and replacing them by a member of his own family, one of his brothers. Now, this reflects, first of all, Napoleon's dynasticism. He was very interested in the second half of the 1800s of pushing his family into kingdoms or principalities he had created, in Holland, for example, Naples, Westphalia, and so on. But it also reflects, in a sense, a factor one can often see with autocratic individuals and dictators, which is a lack of willingness to accept the imperfections and imprecisions of a relationship.
The Spanish throne was occupied by the demented Charles IV, but the real power lay in the hands of Queen Maria Luisa and her lover, Manuel de Godoy.
The Spanish, or rather their ruling clique, which included Godoy, the Prince of Peace, they were in favour of working together with Napoleon against the British, one because of the long history of conflict with us on the sea, two because of our long conflict on religion, and thirdly because they felt that they could make some, or Godoy felt he could make some quick bucks out of helping the French invade Portugal, from which he was going to get a slice.
Napoleon believed there was widespread support in Spain for the country to join the continental system. In this region, he seriously overstretched his support.
Another little blind spot of his, I think, it was a case of if I say jump, you jump. And in this particular case, he said, you will not have British goods. But public taste had become so dependent upon things like coffee, tea, spices, silk, cotton, manufactured goods which were made in Britain at a fraction of the cost that they could be made in Europe. There was a ready market for them. People wanted these things, and they were not really, after a couple of months, they were not really that sold on the Napoleon system that they would say, okay, we are going to deprive ourselves of all these luxuries of life and just so that you can win the war. Because they knew damn well that Napoleon wasn't depriving himself of these commodities, and neither was France.
Napoleon certainly miscalculated very badly over Spain. He made the mistake of supposing that because the royal family in Spain was self-evidently decrepit, that the rest of the country was in a similar condition. And he also seriously underestimated the attachment that a large bulk of the Spanish population felt towards not so much Charles IV as towards his eldest son and heir, the Prince of the Asturias, Ferdinand.
We forget sometimes that Napoleon had a lot of support from certain elements of Spanish society, namely the educated middle class, who were really quite tired of the oppressive nature of the church. This was, after all, the Church of the Inquisition, which was, just exactly the opposite of the ideals of the French government. And so those people supported Napoleon. But what Napoleon failed to take into account was that they were a relatively small group of people. The common people of Spain really wanted nothing to do with the French, with Napoleon. These really wonderful intellectual ideas of equality and freedom were really nothing compared to their deep religious beliefs and their deep sense of patriotism for their nation.
Not only had Napoleon underestimated the level of resistance in Spain, he had also underestimated the terrain. The Iberian Peninsula was much more rugged than Napoleon had imagined. The landscape was wild, vegetation was sparse. It would be impossible for an army to live off the land, and with the rudimentary supply and logistics systems of the 19th century, that was a serious error.
Napoleon miscalculated in his invasion of Portugal and Spain, largely because of his overconfidence. He had become so used to being right, so used to being victorious at this stage, that he ignored the advice of others who knew better. He apparently was also, and I find this hard to believe, very ignorant of the actual physical conditions in Spain. He misjudged its size, he was unaware of the primitive state of the roads, he was unaware of the barrenness of the country. It has been said of Spain that Spain is a place where small armies get defeated and large armies starve. And he apparently hadn't heard this, or if he had, he'd chosen to ignore it.
The armies could not live off the land. They had great difficulty in moving around, and consequently, by the very nature of the territory in Spain, by its geography, it was bound to be a tougher nut to crack than, let us say, Bavaria, Austria, or Prussia, or indeed anywhere on the great North German plain.
During the summer of 1807, Napoleon did a deal with Godoy. They would cooperate to partition Portugal, and Godoy agreed to provide Napoleon with soldiers and supplies. In return, he would be granted all Portugal south of the river Tagus. As a result of the secret pact, in November 1807, a French army of 25,000 under Andros Junot advanced through Spain towards Portugal. Junot was a hothead who had earned himself the nickname the Storm. He arrived at Lisbon on 30th November to find that the entire Portuguese fleet had left.
And so an army under General Junot was sent across Spain to Portugal and occupied the Portuguese capital with very little resistance, other than, curiously enough, a Russian fleet that was acting in a neutral capacity, which refused to leave the harbour. But the Portuguese government fled to Brazil, and it was a very simple occupation of Portugal by the French.
Meanwhile, in Spain, plots were afoot to have Charles deposed. His son, Ferdinand, supported such moves. By 1808, popular rising against Godoy forced the royal family to seek exile in France. Napoleon, posing as a mediator between father and son, met them at Bayonne. There, he ordered Charles to abdicate and Ferdinand to renounce the succession. He then declared his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, King of Spain. With his brother Jerome already installed as King of Westphalia, brother Louis occupying the throne of Holland, and even his stepson Eugene deputizing as Viceroy of Italy, the Bonaparte family now effectively controlled Europe. This was nepotism on a spectacular scale. Naturally, Napoleon sincerely believed in the benefits of French rule as shown in a letter to Jerome the previous November.
The peoples of Germany, as well as those of France, Italy and Spain, desire equality and demand liberal ideas. I have been managing the affairs of Europe long enough to be convinced that the burden imposed by the privileged classes is contrary to the wishes of general opinion. Be a constitutional king.
Having established Joseph as King of Spain, he dispatched Marshal Murat with an army to take Madrid and impose French rule. If Napoleon thought the decision would be popular, he was mistaken.
Napoleon horribly miscalculated the effect that his putting Joseph on the throne would have. When the people thought Napoleon was going to support Ferdinand, who they rather liked, over others, then that was fine with the Spanish people. But once they realized that it was going to be King Jose, then the deal was off and the Spanish people were not going to support the French.
The response is not what he had anticipated. It becomes quite possible to seize the royal family, but there is a popular reaction in Spain. The French use enormous force against it, and famous paintings, of course, of the shooting of people in Madrid by Goya, but widespread popular resistance, both by regular and by irregular Spanish forces, ensure that Napoleon has to send large amounts of troops into Spain.
On 2nd May, the Spanish people rose up against Murat's army. They killed 150 of Murat's Mameluke cavalry before the uprising was put down. Mass executions followed, and resistance to the French was stiffened. This effectively developed into a civil war between Spanish liberals and reactionaries. Worse was to follow. At Belen on 19th July 1808, some 40,000 Spaniards surrounded 9,000 raw French recruits and forced them to surrender.
It's the first time that a French army has been decisively defeated and indeed surrenders to the Spanish army. It sends shockwaves through Europe, and of course it's a very embarrassing occurrence as far as Napoleon's concerned, and that encourages the Spanish army in their pursuit of the fight against the French.
There was only one solution. The emperor himself would have to intervene. Napoleon hastily persuaded Tsar Alexander I to keep the Austrians in check, while he personally took 100,000 veterans from the Grande Armée and marched to Spain. In Cadiz, the Spaniards turned to Britain for help.
The Spanish had every reason to believe that the British would help simply on past record, namely that the British appeared to have limitless amounts of money and a limitless will to support the opponents of revolutionary France and then of Napoleon. And although there was certainly a good deal of argument in Whitehall as to whether the Spanish should be assisted, I don't think there was ever any doubt that they would be.
At this stage, there was no unified Spanish opinion. There were regional juntas who were doing their own thing, independence of the central junta. There was a widespread rejection of French rule and French interference in Spanish affairs, and the junta of the Asturias approached Britain with a plea for support to fight against the French. So the climate was ripe. The Spanish juntas thought for Britain to come in and give them a hand to throw the French out.
Sir Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, was dispatched with a force of 14,000 men. In August, they defeated Junot at Vimiera. Despite his promising start to the campaign, Wellesley was recalled and replaced by Sir John Moore. Napoleon now had 200,000 troops deployed on the river Ebro. The recapture of Madrid should have been a formality. Instead, Moore, with 28,000 men, used diversionary tactics to draw off the French before retreating to Corunna. There, on 11th January 1809, a famous rearguard action was fought. Moore and 6,000 of his men were killed, but the British forces succeeded in withdrawing, and Napoleon could hardly claim it as a victory. His immediate hopes of crushing Spain and Portugal were unresolved, and he presently withdrew from the campaign. Writing shortly afterwards, Napoleon noted the error of his ways.
The error committed in Spain was not that of proceeding too rapidly, but that of proceeding too slowly after my departure. Had I remained there a few months, I would have taken Lisbon and Cadiz, united all parties and pacified the country.
In his latter years, in his memoirs written on St. Helena, Napoleon saw it rather differently. With hindsight, he correctly analysed the situation as a French victory.
The Spanish War ended in 1809. In 3 months, I had beaten and dispersed the 4 Spanish armies of 160,000 men, taken Madrid and Saragossa, and forced General Moore to re-embark after losing half of his army, his stores and military chests. Spain was conquered.
What Napoleon thought he could do in 1808 was to take control of Spain, and thus Portugal, very quickly and with a minimum of effort. It turned out that he could not take control, and that in the 6 years which then the campaigns lasted, it would prove to be not so much an ulcer, which is the common metaphor, but it was really a sort of hemorrhaging. It just hemorrhaged and hemorrhaged and hemorrhaged men and money. In the past, Napoleon had relied on all his wars making profits. He would make war at the expense of one country to create a war chest to take on another one. But in the case of Spain, not only was there no money to be extracted, it became a net and very serious strain on his financial resources, and more seriously, ultimately, on his military resources.
Joseph, as King of Spain, now took over command of the army. It was a disaster.
The new King of Spain remained inactive, wasting 4 months. He should have marched on Cadiz, Valencia and Lisbon. Political means would then have done the rest.
When Napoleon himself was in Spain, he was not defeated. Militarily, when Napoleon was there, it really was like the Duke of Wellington is purported to have said that his hat on the battlefield was worth 50,000 men. The fact was that Napoleon was very successful. When he left his marshals in charge and his brother, the king. And there was infighting, there was a real lack of unity of command, and so as a result, where you could have had tremendous French victories, instead you ended up with French losses, and it turned out to be a disaster.
With French forces inactive, Wellesley returned to the peninsula and soon established a foothold in Portugal. It was a worrying development for Napoleon.
The Anglo-Portuguese army became as skillful and battle-hardened as the French army.
The Spanish expedition under Sir John Moore is unsuccessful. In Portugal, on the other hand, the British are more successful. They land an expeditionary force, it defeats the French, and by the time the French arrive, larger French forces arrive, the British are well prepared for them. And although it is to be a long process, this is to be the basis of the eventual driving of the French out of Spain, and what has been termed the Spanish ulcer. An ulcer in the sense that it took a continual amount of French resources to try and cope with the situation there. British forces under Wellesley were able to defeat French forces and to resist French forces at a time when the rest of Europe was not doing so. And that was a permanent question mark about the stability of the Napoleonic achievement.
In Spain, the regular Spanish armies presented little problem for Napoleon's vastly superior forces. It was the irregular forces, soon to be termed guerrillas, who proved a constant harassment with their lightning raids on supply lines.
The Spanish countryside is so rugged that it lends itself very much to guerrilla warfare. There's lots of places the guerrillas can hide, not just in the villages, but in the mountains and the valleys and what have you, and it's very difficult to be able to police. There's also lots of vulnerable convoy routes. The Great North Road, for example, from Bayonne down to Madrid, went through numerous defiles, which could be easily ambushed. And at the height of the Peninsular War, simple convoys themselves would require whole brigades as an escort to be able to ensure that not just convoys, but even messengers were able to get through with important orders from the emperor. And of course, this created a great drain on manpower. And to try and combat it, the French showed little quarter to the Spanish peasants that were caught in the act of guerrilla warfare. And this little compassion that they showed was reciprocated in kind by the Spanish themselves. And woe betide any French soldier that was caught by the Spanish peasant or guerrilla. He came to a very bloody and ugly end.
Captured French soldiers were stoned to death. Others were blinded with pikes or castrated and left to bleed to death. It was a cruel and vicious way of waging psychological warfare.
Morale was rock bottom. They existed in a series of isolated forts, cut off from one another. If you sent out a battalion to do something, it never came back. If you sent out a division, they saw nothing. Their correspondence went adrift. It was placed immediately on Wellington's table. He was capable of outmanoeuvring them, which he frequently did. It was a very, very depressing, sapping experience for the French and their armies.
Not surprisingly, many in the French army were beginning to lose their enthusiasm for this war. Men such as Marshal MacDonald.
I had a very strong objection to the manner in which the war was carried on in Spain. My objection had its roots in the dishonesty, or what in high places is called policy, which caused the invasion of the country. However, the noble and courageous resistance of its inhabitants triumphed over our efforts and our arms.
The biggest problem with Spain from Napoleon's point of view was not just the loss of men, but the loss of prestige, the loss of the aura of invincibility. He had gone into Spain. He personally had been quite successful in his own campaign, but once he left, the whole thing began to unravel. He was being booted out of the country, or the French were being booted out of the country by a combination of course, the British soldiers under Wellington, but also by the uprising of the very people to whom he had hoped to bring the enlightenment of his regime. Now, we can all argue that those people would have been better off with King Joseph and under French control in terms of individual liberties and the lack of oppression of the church and so on. But the fact of the matter is they didn't see it that way, and they ultimately were able to prevail. And this was a huge body blow to Napoleon's prestige. This really gave hope to a number of his old enemies that, aha, this guy can be defeated after all.
Napoleon soon faced problems from a new quarter, Austria. Although defeat at Austerlitz seemed to have dented the power of the Habsburg Empire, within 3 years the Austrian Archduke Charles had begun to rebuild the army. He created a frontline force of 150,000 men, supplemented by regiments of mobile skirmishers and sharpshooters.
After the catastrophic failures at Ulm and Austerlitz in 1805, the Austrians really did make a big effort to put their house in order, a really major effort by their standards. They are starting to learn from the experiences of the past decade or so.
And so during the period of 1806 through to the end of 1808, beginning of 1809, the Austrian army learned from its betters, looked at the French system of general staff and organisation, and adopted many of the good features of the French army and applied them to the Austrian army. This made the Austrian army far more flexible and much more able to react in the face of the enemy than it had previously done so before. So by 1809, whilst Napoleon still maintained a certain contempt for the Austrian army, they were by far a more efficient fighting machine.
Napoleon was beginning to find himself committed on too many fronts. The army was left with insufficient hardened troops. Raw recruits were drafted in.
A large proportion of the Grande Armée had been absorbed into Spain itself. Many of the elite units and very experienced units were fighting down there. So that when Napoleon had to put together an army, many of them were formed from raw conscripts that had seen very little action and had received very little training. The French army, after the camp of Boulogne, any new conscripts in joining it were expected to be trained on the march to their units. They would join up, they'd be issued with 2 pairs of boots, a pair of pantaloons, given a knapsack, formed up in maybe a group of half a dozen to a dozen men under a sergeant or a corporal, and they'd be marched off to the unit. Now that march, depending on where the unit was, could take upwards of 2 or 3 months. And as they got closer to the unit, so the units with which they were marching would grow, and they'd undergo drill and weapon training on the march. So by the time they arrived at the unit, they'd had undergone some basic instruction, but there'd been no formal instruction in the same way as the army had received at the camp of Boulogne. So they were very much a raw army, supplemented with experienced NCOs and officers.
This was uncharacteristic of Napoleon and went against everything he believed in.
Every war ought to be methodical, because every war ought to be conducted in conformity with the principles and rules of the art and with an object. It should be carried on with the forces proportioned to the obstacles that are foreseen.
Napoleon was running into a structural weakness which had afflicted the French war effort ever since the French Revolutionary Wars began in 1792, and that was that they were overstretched. When that war began, the population of France was about 28 million. It was probably the most populous state in Europe, but there were lots of other states quite close. And so when they try, as they do increasingly in the 1790s and then more spectacularly under Napoleon, to bring a large part, eventually the whole of the European continent under their direct control, they are trying to do it from a base which is too narrow and too shallow. And that leads to overexertion.
Napoleon unwisely feels that he has suppressed Spanish opposition. And it therefore seems possible for him to turn in 1809 and deal with the Austrians. The Austrians had not wanted to go to war with France again. They had been badly beaten in the 1805 campaign, but Napoleon is not satisfied with their position, and it's fair to say that there is a revanchiste tradition, or not tradition, group within Austrian policy circles who interact with French aggression and lead there to another war.
In February 1809, the Austrian Emperor Francis II decided his army now stood a good chance of beating the French. He then delayed for 2 months before sending Archduke Charles with an army of 200,000 into Bavaria. The idea was to attack the French before the Imperial Guard arrived from Spain. Meanwhile, another Austrian army, commanded by Archduke John, was to hold Italy. Napoleon was still in Paris, leaving the army in Bavaria under the command of Marshal Berthier. He was no field commander, and Napoleon was soon forced to take over, inflicting heavy losses on the Austrian army.
The presence of a general is indispensable. He is the head, the whole of the army.
On 12th May, the French entered Vienna. Aware that Archduke John was now moving his army from Italy, Napoleon attempted to create a bridgehead across the Danube at the villages of Aspern and Essling. His army soon found itself outnumbered.
Napoleon had rushed forward on a wave of victories in 1809 to Vienna, which he immediately took, and he pushed further on as fast as he could to the Danube, determined to thrust across it as fast as he could. He was a believer in E equals MC squared, kinetic energy. He was going to smash the Archduke before the Archduke could rethink things. However, he underestimated the gravity of the obstacle he had to conquer. That was the River Danube. This river was in flood, and his bridges were flimsily built and were repeatedly broken by the stone-filled boats and the flour mills, which the Austrians floated downstream to smash his communications with his main army on the western bank.
He thrust Massena's division across and told him to occupy the twin villages of Aspern and Essling and create a bridgehead. It was his intention that that bridgehead should be there until the rest of the army could come across. But with the collapse of the pontoon bridges overnight, Napoleon wasn't able to do that.
The Austrians attacked first, taking Napoleon unawares. There were losses of 20,000 killed or wounded on each side. It was a humiliating defeat for the French, and news quickly spread throughout Europe.
What Napoleon learned from Aspern was that he needed to take the Austrian army very seriously. This was the first true reverse in a major battle that Napoleon had suffered, which was undeniably a defeat. For the first time in a major battle, Napoleon was unequivocally defeated by the Austrians, who showed that they really had learned something from the defeats of 1805. So Napoleon recognized that he had to pull back, regroup, reorganize, and show and take the Austrians seriously, and that he did.
He then drew breath, pulled back onto the island of Lobau, and rethought things, determined to go ahead in a much more methodical manner with more permanently built bridges across the river, to stockpile his ammunition, to bring up the cannon, to concentrate his forces from Italy and from various parts of Bohemia, ready for the final knockout blow at Wagram.
Napoleon wouldn't be hurried into a second confrontation. For 6 weeks he laid careful preparations as he waited for reinforcements to arrive. The Austrians hoped that hatred of the French would cause uprisings throughout Germany. They especially looked for support from the Prussians. The Prussians held back. They could see that Napoleon was not yet defeated. They decided to remain neutral. On 5th July, Archduke Charles had set up a defensive position in the village of Wagram. Napoleon was now ready for action.
The Battle of Wagram was impending, which would in all probability determine the question of peace, and it would afterwards be a proper time to negotiate with the Holy See and to bring these troublesome affairs to a close.
A 2-day battle dominated by the artillery of both sides followed. At last, Napoleon broke through the Austrian centre. Although the French were victorious, there were heavy losses on both sides: 40,000 Austrians and 30,000 French. Yet Charles was still able to withdraw intact 80,000 men and demand an armistice.
Wagram was touch and go, and although it was a French victory, the Archduke Charles retreated in good order and certainly lived to fight another day. There was no need for the political will of the Austrians to collapse, as it did in 1809, and to throw their hands up in despair and say, oh, we've been beaten again. They hadn't really been beaten yet.
The Peace of Schönbrunn split up parts of Austria between Bavaria, France and Russia, and the continental system was imposed upon the Habsburg Empire. Napoleon's enemies were already detecting signs of weakness. He had set himself a hectic pace and was now finding it difficult to maintain. He still had belief in his own infallibility and a tendency to underestimate the opposition.
By this time, 1809, Napoleon had realized that he himself had only a certain limited time left for waging war at this intensity. Physically, there was going to come a time when he couldn't carry on. He was, however, extremely pleased with the performance of his Grande Armée. It didn't need any more tweaking. The commanders who could do the jobs were in the right situation, and the whole organization responded to what he commanded it to do. So from that point of view, he was happy.
I think he remains living in something of a fool's paradise in 1809. It had been a very close call against the Austrians, and he'd been defeated at Aspern. But the signs were there for the really far-sighted, the clear-sighted military observers to read. Someone like Clausewitz, for example, who could see what was going wrong with the Napoleonic war machine. The Spanish ulcer was still busily hemorrhaging away. There was no sign that that was being brought under control. And there was an even more ominous sign, which Napoleon was very slow to pick up. And that is that the rhetoric of liberty was moving from one side to another. On the one hand, we can see Bonaparte trying to put Joseph onto the throne of Spain, and thereby making it seem as this is now warfare for the sake of the Bonaparte dynasty rather than for the interests of France, least of all the interests of humanity, liberty, equality and fraternity. On the other hand, we see the Spanish, and then in 1809 we see the Austrians and others allied with them advancing their cause as the cause of liberty. They're stealing, as it were, the rhetoric from the French.
In June 1809, he sent Marshal Massena, Prince of Essling, to Spain with 130,000 men. At Busaco, he faced an Anglo-Portuguese army of 80,000. The French launched their attack.
The two armies were of an equal force, but the position at Busaco was very strong. The attack failed, and the next morning the army turned the lines by proceeding on to Coimbra. The enemy then effected his retreat on Lisbon, burning and laying waste the country.
From the French point of view, it was a total shambles. But Napoleon had continuing problems with Holland. In 1806, he had placed his brother Louis on the throne. Within a year, he was writing to reprimand him.
A prince who gets a reputation for good nature in the first year of his reign is laughed at in the second. The love that kings inspire should be virile, partly an apprehensive respect and partly a thirst for reputation. When a king is said to be a good fellow, his reign is a failure.
Beginning in 1806, Napoleon began placing his numerous relations on the thrones of Europe. He puts Joseph in as King of Naples in 1806, switches Joseph to Spain in 1808 and puts his brother-in-law Murat on the throne of Naples. He creates a kingdom for brother Jerome in Westphalia, and he puts his brother Louis on the throne of the Netherlands. And that was a tough assignment for Louis. The Dutch were notoriously truculent. They'd been subjected to all manner of discrimination and exploitation by the French since their conquest in 1794-5. And most importantly, the Dutch were suffering very seriously as a result of the continental system and the blockade of England.
The trouble with Louis and his over-Dutchness had bubbled up before the final break in 1810, and as early as 1807, Napoleon was aware by his network of spies that Louis was perhaps not only allowing but encouraging smuggling to save his realm from bankruptcy. He sent one or two rather heavily worded warning shots across Louis's bow, but eventually, because Louis refused to come to heel, in 1810 he called into Paris and forced him to abdicate. And he absorbed the Kingdom of Holland into metropolitan France as he kept on absorbing bits of the coast.
Meanwhile, things were not going well in Napoleon's private life. The Empress Josephine was now into her 40s, and the likelihood of her producing more children was slim. He had an illegitimate son through his mistress, Maria Walewska, but he needed a younger bride who would bear him a legitimate male heir. He told Josephine of his intention to obtain a divorce.
I still love you, but in politics there is no heart, only head.
The divorce was quite amicable. Napoleon insisted that Josephine should still retain the title of Empress and maintain her court at Malmaison. Even before the divorce, Napoleon had set about searching for a new wife. At one point, he contemplated a match with the 16-year-old Anna, sister of Tsar Alexander. The Tsar seemed all in favor of the marriage, but his mother began to have serious misgivings over her daughter's happiness and whether she would be free to practice the Orthodox religion in Paris. It was decided that Anna should wait until she was 18 before she was married. Napoleon now turned his attentions to Austria. Francis II had an eligible daughter, Marie-Louise. In contrast to the fiercely independent Josephine, Marie-Louise was nervous and somewhat empty-headed. Antoine Thibaudeau, the prefect of Marseille and a staunch Republican, was one who attended the ceremony.
Among high state officials, I was not the only one to remain cool about his marriage, which created so many anxieties. As far as men of the revolution were concerned, neither instinct nor reason led them to see any good in it.
Well, when the news breaks in 1810 that Napoleon is going to marry the daughter of the Emperor Francis I, it's a sensation. Marie-Louise's great aunt, Marie Antoinette, had been executed as recently as 1793. So this was a very peculiar event indeed, and caused shock horror throughout aristocratic circles in Europe. They trembled with indignation and horror at the event.
Remember that Napoleon was Corsican, and he had this Corsican sense of the importance and the loyalty of family. He really believed, I think, that if he could tie himself to the Emperor of Austria, that he would never again have to worry about Austria being an enemy, joining a coalition against him, that family ties would be much more important than geopolitical considerations.
I don't think the marriage to Marie-Louise had any effect on his conduct of policy whatsoever. He was very attached to her. In fact, the correspondence between them is really rather touching. I mean, clearly he did admire her, perhaps even love her. She certainly fell in love with him, was greatly impressed by his sexual prowess apart from anything else. But I don't think it had any impact on Napoleon's policy. He continued to treat the Habsburgs as if they were his vassals. And that was really the only relationship that Napoleon could tolerate. He could not tolerate a union between equals. It had to be a lord and vassal situation, and he was always the lord.
The wedding took place in April 1810. The Austrian ambassador, Prince Schwarzenberg, laid on a lavish fete to celebrate the union in the garden of his hotel in Paris. However, some gauze draperies caught fire, and there were several deaths. Despite the tragedy, Marie-Louise enjoyed her wedding night. In July 1810, she became pregnant. On 20th of March 1811, she went into labour. Marie-Louise gave birth to a healthy son who was named the King of Rome. When Josephine heard the news, she sent her congratulations. Napoleon, overjoyed, wrote back,
My son is plump and healthy. He has my chest, my mouth, and my eyes. I am at the summit of my happiness.
1811, in some respects, is the high point of the Napoleonic position. There are still opponents. Britain has in no way been defeated. There is still intensive opposition in Iberia, in Spain and Portugal. But if one puts that to one side, what is striking is that most of Europe is under French control or French hegemony. There is then one other power, Russia. Now, Russia, Tsar Alexander had reached a deal with Napoleon on the barge on the River Niemen when they'd met, the Tilsit Agreement in 1807. And for want of a better word, this is an agreement about spheres of influence. Much of Europe under the French sphere of influence, but obviously a Russian sphere of influence to the east. Having said that, Napoleon isn't satisfied. He is a man who finds it very difficult to accept that anything other than what he wants. And in particular, in the case of the Russians, he is dissatisfied because they are not anymore paying attention to the continental system. They feel that trade with Britain is important to their economy. And from 1810, Napoleon is building up his army again. Now, initially, it looks as though he intended in 1810 not to attack Russia, but just to intimidate Russia. It's in 1811 that he starts more actively planning for war.
By 1812, the Treaty of Tilsit between France and Russia had held for 5 years. But cracks were beginning to appear. Both Napoleon and Tsar Alexander I had grand personal ambitions, and neither was too scrupulous about the methods he would use to fulfill them.
In 1807, at Tilsit, Napoleon and Alexander I, in effect, had done a deal. And that was that Napoleon would dominate Western, Central and Southern Europe, and Alexander I would dominate the East, with a view to looking to the conquest of Constantinople. In other words, they treated each other, on the surface at least, as equals. Despite the fact that Napoleon had just defeated Alexander I, he was offering, as it were, a partition of the world. But with every year that passed after 1807, it became clear that Napoleon simply couldn't tolerate that kind of relationship, and he regarded Alexander I as a vassal, not as an equal or as an ally.
In 1810, following his divorce from the Empress Josephine, Napoleon had contemplated a marriage to the Tsar's sister, Anna. Instead, he had contracted a union with Marie-Louise of Austria, much to the Tsar's displeasure. Nor was Alexander pleased at Napoleon's unwillingness to help him take Constantinople. He also feared Napoleon's plans to enlarge the Grand Duchy of Warsaw and revive an independent Poland.
Poland in 1807 was only a fraction of its former self. It had been a massive kingdom stretching a fair way down into Russia, across into the Ukraine, and gradually over the preceding century it had been whittled away into political insignificance. Napoleon recognized that there was a pool of ardent manpower support to be drawn from the Poles. He created the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, which he gave to the King of Saxony to look after for him. This was on the western borders of Russia, and the Tsar was not happy about this recreation because he could see that at some point somebody might take it in their minds to say, okay, from my Grand Duchy of Warsaw, you're now again the Kingdom of Poland, and we'll have half of Western Russia to make you up.
A small section of the Grand Armée was still stationed east of the Elba. Prince Joseph Anton Poniatowski, one of the marshals Napoleon later called intrepid heroes, warned the emperor that Alexander planned a preemptive strike against them.
I thought that the French Empire, which I had created by so many victories, would be dismembered at my death, and the sceptre of Europe would pass into the hands of a Tsar, unless I drove back the Russians beyond the Dnieper and raised up the throne of Poland, the natural barrier of the empire.
Napoleon very much knew that the Russians always objected to Polish nationalism, and the fact that he maintained the Duchy of Warsaw, they even incorporated aspects of the Polish army in his own army, was a continual thorn in the side of the Russian Tsar.
On 15th of August 1811, the Russian ambassador, Kurakin, had an audience with Napoleon at the Tuileries. He put forward Alexander's proposal that France should hand over part of the Duchy of Warsaw. Napoleon was furious.
Even though your armies were to camp on the heights of Montmartre, I wouldn't yield an inch of Warsaw. Not a village, not a mill. Don't you know that I have 800,000 troops? If you're counting on allies, where are they?
Napoleon is increasingly looking to first intimidation and to then conquest. It's fair to say that his advisors cautioned him against conquest, or cautioned him against invasion. They argued that it was militarily a difficult task, but also that it diplomatically was in many senses would be foolish. Napoleon, however, was having none of this.
For reasons that I don't completely understand, Napoleon seems to have ignored or refused to understand several warnings of the nature of the campaign of 1812. The Tsar himself told Caulaincourt, Napoleon's foreign secretary, that he would draw the French into Mother Russia and they would face the wrath of the weather and of the peasantry. He said, your French soldier is brave and fights well, but he has never had to experience the kind of campaign that he will have if he tries to come into Mother Russia.
The reason that Napoleon went for Russia, despite having been reminded of the catastrophes which overtook Charles XII of Sweden when he tried it, were that he believed his own propaganda by this point. He thought that if he bent his mind to a problem long enough and worked at it hard enough, he would break it. And thus, regardless of all the voices raised against it, he pushed ahead.
Napoleon was never a person to take advice, least of all about military matters. He'd always been proved right in the past. And again, we have a very striking analogy between Napoleon's attitude towards advice of this kind and that of Hitler after 1939, who was constantly ignoring advice from his advisors, not least about the possibility, the feasibility of a campaign in Russia after 1941. So I think it can be explained only in terms of Napoleon's peculiar psychology, especially after it has enjoyed now, a decade or more of apparently unbroken success.
Napoleon set about organizing provisions. This time he would not repeat the mistake of Spain and rely on living off the land. He gave orders to his Director of War Administration to supply enough provisions to last 400,000 men 50 days. As well as the basics of bread and rice, he requisitioned 6,000 wagons to carry enough flour for 200,000 men for 2 months, and 2 million bushels of oats for his horses. This was on 13th January 1812, and Napoleon expected it to be ready in time for what he referred to as the Second Polish War. In April 1812, Alexander issued an ultimatum to Napoleon: evacuate all troops from Prussia and the Grand Duchy. For Napoleon, though, there was no going back. The Grande Armée consisted of 3 groups. The first army group comprised 250,000 men, the second 150,000, and the third 165,000. Small wonder he thought himself invincible.
In 1812, prior to the invasion, which occurs in late June, begins in late June, he organises a formidable coalition and calls on troops from throughout Napoleonic Europe. Both the Prussians and the Austrians are dragooned into supporting the invasion, and large numbers of men are deployed, for example, from Napoleon's Kingdom of Italy, from the various German principalities, large numbers of Poles. Now, the size of the resulting army is a matter of some controversy. We do not have an accurate figure. The usual figure given is about 600,000 men. I think it's certainly fair to say that we're probably talking of over 500,000 men in the invading force.
In 1812, Austria, Prussia, Germany, Switzerland and Italy marched under the French eagles.
Was it not natural that I should think the moment had come to consolidate the great edifice I had raised, but on which Russia would lean with all her weight as long as she could send her numerous armies at pleasure to the Oder?
On 24th June 1812, the Grande Armée crossed the river Niemen at Kovno. Napoleon travelled in a green four-wheeled covered carriage pulled by 6 Limousin horses. Marshal Berthier travelled with him, acting almost as his private secretary, as the Emperor dictated his dispatches to him. So fast did they travel that water regularly had to be poured over the wheels to cool them. Napoleon was a stickler for the tiniest detail when it came to the care of his men. Finding on one occasion that there was a shortage of medical dressings, he berated his quartermaster.
On average, a wounded man needs 33 dressings. These brave fellows are going to face death for me.
The Grande Armée had everything it needed for the campaign that it was undertaking. The problem was getting the supplies to the soldiers in the front. It was such an enormous army that it absolutely clogged the roadways, such as they were, and the baggage train in the rear could never get up to the front and keep the men supplied. So there were some serious problems that way. There is such a thing as an army that is simply too big for the task at hand. And I think you can argue very successfully that the Grande Armée of 1812 going into Russia probably should have been about half the size that it was.
Napoleon's hope was that he could lure the Russians into a position from which he could split them up and defeat them. He believed he could force the Tsar into signing a peace treaty in just 9 weeks.
What Napoleon really wanted to do is do what he had done against Austria in 1805 and Prussia in 1806, which is to advance on the opponent's capital and to dictate terms. A short, quick war is what his army was prepared for and what his resource base permitted. And that was what he invaded Russia for. He hoped to envelop the opposing armies close to the frontier, and having destroyed them or defeated them, to then have a rapid advance. In other words, to have the equivalent of his Ulm and then his advance on Vienna. And that was what he hoped for in 1812. And that meant, that was one of the reasons why the French advance, and the French allies advanced on such a broad front in order to give them a basis for envelopment.
To the north, the Russian First Army was under the command of Barclay de Tolly. It consisted of 125,000 men and 600 guns. To the south, Prince Bagration led the Second Army, comprising another 47,000 soldiers.
It is easy sometimes to overestimate the strength and power of the Russian army that Napoleon faced. It also was a divided army under de Tolly and Bagration. It didn't always have as good a communication amongst its leaders. In fact, those two generals really didn't like each other at all. And so there wasn't nearly the cooperation between them that there might have been. 2 or 3 times, Napoleon's soldiers should have been able to trap or encircle one or the other of those 2 branches of the Russian army, but they always managed to slip out, more because of problems on the French side than because of any brilliance on their side. The fact of the matter was that the Russian army was not all that great, and had they ever stopped to give full battle, they almost certainly would have been defeated.
The Russian army was a badly led army of robots. The Russian soldier was a peasant who was press-ganged effectively into the army. He had no say in the matter. He wasn't a volunteer, and he just did as he told. It was indicative of the peasant system that was prevalent in Russia at the time, and indeed went on being prevalent into the middle of the 19th century. The Russian peasant was very much programmed to fight as he was directed. All that the officer corps had to do was to push the Russian soldier in the right direction, and he would go, or tell him to stop there, and he would stop. The Russian soldier had no initiative whatsoever. He wouldn't run away unless he was told to run away, and he wouldn't advance unless he was told to advance.
Napoleon was in good spirits. On 9th June, he wrote to Marie-Louise from Danzig.
My health is very good. Despite my cares and exhaustion, I feel there is something missing. The sweet habit of seeing you several times a day.
Napoleon hoped to fight Barclay at Vilna, but the Tsar had already ordered his commander to withdraw from there. With 180,000 men, Barclay marched to Vitebsk. From there, he moved on to Smolensk, where he joined up with Bagration's Second Army. Napoleon pursued them.
It was then that I executed the fine manoeuvre, which was the counterpart of one I directed at Landshut in 1809. Using the forest of Babonarinsky as a shield, I turned the left of the Russian army, crossed the Dnieper, and advanced on Smolensk. I reached the city 24 hours before the Russians, who happened to be in Smolensk, succeeded in defending it for 1 day, which gave Barclay de Tolly time to reach it.
Bagration accused Barclay of cowardice when the latter ordered the evacuation of Smolensk after 2 days of fierce fighting. In Bagration's eyes, it was tantamount to treason and a betrayal of the heroic Russians who had died. On the night of 17th, 18th August, the fleeing Russians burned Smolensk.
There's no doubt that during the early stages of the campaign, in 1812, the Russians were in no position to face the overwhelming might of the Grand Army. And so they did the sensible thing and retreated. And it remains a point of some controversy as to whether this was a deliberate strategy on their part, luring Napoleon ever further into the wastes of Russia, where they could perish of their own accord, or whether it was something they did because they could do no other. They couldn't stand and fight because they would get crushed, so they keep moving backwards until eventually they have to stop, for the good reason that Moscow, as the ancient capital, could not be abandoned without a fight.
As the French army advanced deeper into Russia, they found villages burnt and additional food unobtainable. Thousands of horses died.
The Russians devised what turned out to be the best policy, which was using the space of Russia to pull back. And of course it ensured that by the time that Napoleon's forces met the major Russian field army, he had lost large numbers of men.
Napoleon, though, had lost little of his confidence.
I have a good job ruling the empire. I could be in Paris, enjoying myself, blazing about. Instead, here I am with you, camping out, and, in action like anyone else, I can be hit with a bullet. I'm trying to rise above myself. Everyone in his own station must do the same. That's what greatness means.
When it comes to the Russian campaign, the most important battle, of course, was the Battle of Borodino. But we need to remember that Napoleon never should have been at Borodino to begin with. The absolute furthest he had ever any intention of going was Smolensk. And before Smolensk was Vilna. At Vilna and again at Smolensk, he almost was able to force the battle that he needed. And each time the Russians managed to escape. Now at Smolensk, the question was, do you stay here for the winter or do you go forward? You could argue very successfully, I think, that this was one of Napoleon's major miscalculations in going forward. But he still didn't have that battle. It was so close and yet still so far. And so he determined that he would pursue the army all the way to Moscow if necessary.
Under pressure from his ministers, Alexander halted the withdrawal and concentrated on saving Moscow. Barclay de Tolly was replaced by General Kutuzov, who was still smarting from his defeat at Austerlitz. On 6 September, the two armies faced each other near the village of Borodino. Napoleon was unwell. The dysuria still troubled him, and he had a feverish chill. His spirits lifted with the arrival of a package, a portrait of his young son, the King of Rome. He proudly showed it to his fellow officers.
Gentlemen, if my son were 15, believe me, he would be here in person.
That night he had only 2 hours' sleep. At 3 a.m., in the biting wind and rain, he reconnoitred the surrounding countryside. The area was heavily wooded, making it unsuitable for cavalry. Also, the Russians were dug in on sloping ground, their batteries protected by redoubts. The armies were almost equally matched in numbers. The Russians had 120,000 men and 640 guns, the French 133,000 men and 587 guns. Napoleon's plan was that his stepson, Eugene, would attack the village of Borodino, making the Russians think that the main French thrust was coming from their right. Instead, Napoleon planned to send his main force against the Russian center and left. Marshal Davout would attack Prince Bagration, whilst Prince Poniatowski's cavalry would circle behind Bagration's lines.
Borodino was a very disappointing battle from the point of view of the admirers of Napoleon. There was none of the clever preliminary diplomatic political maneuvering to get the enemy into the right position. This was just going to be a bloody slogging match. Davout suggested that there should be a great sweep around the southern flank. Unfortunately for Davout, he was shot down in flames by Napoleon, who considered it to be too complicated. What Napoleon wanted was something very simple. We'll just go and crush them.
On the morning of the battle, Napoleon's officers were arrayed in their most glittering uniforms. On the face of it, this was folly. They would be sitting targets. On the other hand, their deeds of glory would be more visible. Still unwell, Napoleon took up position a mile from the southern Russian redoubts, with a view of the central third of the battlefield and the main French batteries in front of him. At 5:30 a.m., Napoleon ordered them to open fire. The Russians replied at once. The earth trembled.
Borodino is one of the great battles of the century. More than 1,000 cannon, I think about 1,227, and about 233,000 men fought on that day. And that was a pretty unprecedented force. It also, incidentally, therefore caused unprecedented problems for command and control. It's very difficult for armies. After all, they don't have radios. I mean, instructions are sent by men on horseback. Attempts at signalling instructions are not easy on a battlefield of that type, particularly once you've fired the cannon and you've got a lot of smoke up. It's very difficult to control and command what's going on. And I think it's fair to say that Napoleon did not show his best side as generalship.
As planned, Eugene launched his assault on Borodino. Davao attacked the redoubt known as the Three Arrows, where Prince Bagration and 30,000 Russians were waiting. Davao's horse was killed under him, and he was swiftly replaced by Jean Rapp, Napoleon's aide, who was himself wounded. In the meantime, Marshal Ney had captured the southernmost gun emplacement. Murat and the cavalry were sent to help him hold it. The Russians refused to surrender. Napoleon determined to root them out.
They are citadels that have to be demolished with cannon.
Napoleon remained behind his own lines, listless and indecisive. Ney was furious.
Why is the Emperor in the rear of the army? If he is no longer a general, then he should go back to the Tuileries and let us be generals for him.
By 10 o'clock, Eugene had taken Borodino, and Prince Bagration lay mortally wounded. Poniatowski, though, was unable to take the Three Arrows from behind. Shortly after 10, Ney begged Napoleon to attack the Three Arrows with his guard. Napoleon consulted Marshal Bessières, commander of the guard. Bessières counseled prudence.
Will you risk your last reserves 800 miles from Paris? No. Suppose there's another battle tomorrow.
Instead, Napoleon sent a fresh division under General Friant. It was not enough for Ney to be able to force a victory. Action was centered on the Great Redoubt. This was defended by Barclay de Tolly with 75,000 men and 27 guns. Amongst those who attacked the Great Redoubt was Captain Francois of the 1st Division.
When we reached the crest of the ravine, we were riddled with case shot from this battery and others flanking it, but nothing stopped us. Despite my wounded leg, I did as well as any voltigeur in jumping away from round shot as it ricocheted into our ranks. Whole files, half platoons even, went down under the enemy's fire and left huge gaps. General Bonamy, at the head of the 30th, halted us in the middle of the grape shot. He rallied us, and we charged again. A Russian line tried to stop us, but at 30 yards range we fired a volley and passed through. Then we dashed towards the redoubt and clambered through the embrasures.
Francois and his division were driven from the redoubt. Francois fainted from loss of blood and was taken from the field to have his wounds tended. The surgeons were kept busy. Dominique Larry, the senior surgeon, amputated 200 limbs during the course of the battle. The great redoubt was finally captured in the late afternoon following a fierce assault from Prince Eugene, Ney and Murat. The Russians were allowed to withdraw towards Moscow in good order.
Napoleon wins the Battle of Borodino, technically, because the Russians leave. But the Russians leave because they are most of all wanting to keep their army intact. And since they do that, you have to argue that it was at best a draw. One side wins, holds the battlefield, and goes on to Moscow, but the other side keeps the army intact to fight yet another day.
After the battle, the dead were counted. The Russians had lost 44,000 men, the French 33,000. Amongst the corpses, the occasional soldier still clung to life. Finding a wounded Russian, Napoleon ordered his wounds to be tended. When his aide objected, the emperor reprimanded him.
After a victory, there are no enemies, only men.
It was the quality and determination of the Russians that inflicting heavy casualties that really led to the important net effect of the battle, which is that it is a far weaker Napoleon, and in some ways almost a psychologically exhausted Napoleon, that advances on Moscow.
At last, on 13 September, he reached the outskirts of Moscow. Sergeant Burgoyne of the Old Guard was overwhelmed by his first sight of the Russian capital.
The sun was reflected on all the domes, spires, and gilded palaces. Many capitals I have seen, such as Paris, Berlin, Warsaw, Vienna, and Madrid. They only produced an ordinary impression on me. But this was quite different. The effect was to me, in fact to everyone, magical.
Two days later, the French entered Moscow. It seemed strangely deserted. The governor, Rostopchin, had ordered a mass evacuation of the city. Of its population of 250,000, only 15,000 remained. Napoleon made himself at home in the Kremlin and waited for Alexander to seek peace. Instead, he had to contend with a series of fires within the city, started on the orders of Rostopchin. Aware that the flames were rapidly approaching his ammunition wagons, Napoleon ordered everyone to leave the Kremlin. He headed for the Petrovsky Palace, 6 miles north of the blazing city. 80% of the houses in Moscow were destroyed in the fire. The Kremlin suffered little damage, and on 18 September, Napoleon and his army were able to return there.
Now, in many senses, this was a great triumph. And after all, if one compares it to 1941, nobody else has subsequently been able to seize Moscow. But in many senses, what was he now to do? He hadn't really thought through the political strategy, because a military result, capturing the opponent's capital, was not itself enough unless your opponent was willing to negotiate. And one of the problems was that Napoleon had no way to force his opponent to negotiate, and in fact had no real terms to offer him. Hadn't really thought through a peace strategy.
He sends out his emissaries. They're all turned back. It is clear that Napoleon is not going to get the negotiations for which he had hoped. Now he has to decide, what do you do?
He was between a rock and a hard place at that time. If he stayed in Moscow, he would, or his army would just die away. If he withdrew to Smolensk, this was a massive blow against his prestige. And although he ignored the fact, his army was down to about 30% of its marching value at this stage, and it was in a pitiful condition.
I don't think he could have wintered in Moscow. There simply wasn't a supply there to sustain them through the winter. It was bound to be a very long one. And of course the situation had not been helped by the fact that the retreating Russians had fired the city before they pulled out. I think it's clear that it was a deliberate act and it wasn't an accident. So with a large part of Moscow burned down, the countryside around stripped bare, they couldn't stay for long. Napoleon hung on, expecting, hoping, and eventually probably praying that Alexander I would be sending emissaries to negotiate a peace. But with every day that passed, it became less likely.
The emperor remembered the fate of Charles XII of Sweden, who had lost horses, cannon, and 2,000 men to the cold of a Russian winter. He grew impatient, ignoring sound advice, confident in his own judgment.
We shan't repeat Charles XII's mistake. When the army has rested, while the weather is still temperate, we shall return via Smolensk to winter in Lithuania and Poland.
Napoleon began to study weather patterns in Russia. It was now October. Frosts often set in by November. He had to move at once. On 15th October, 3 inches of snow fell on Moscow. Still expecting a reply from the Tsar, Napoleon stayed put. 3 days later, Murat was caught unawares by an attack from Kutuzov. He lost 2,500 men. Napoleon at once gave the order to leave Moscow. At 2 p.m. on 19th October, the Grande Armée, many clad in sheepskin jackets, fur bonnets and fur-lined boots, began to file out of Moscow. They carried sugar and brandy, and their wagons were loaded with treasure looted from the Russian capital. There were enough provisions to last the troops 20 days, but less than a week's supply of fodder for the horses. The march was orderly, but slow. On the 6th day, they were attacked by a band of 5,000 Cossacks. They could so easily have captured Napoleon, but preferred the loot in the French wagons. In the end, they were dispersed by 2 squadrons of French cavalry. Further trouble awaited Napoleon.
Now he has another problem. He wants to take the southern route back. He doesn't want to go back through Borodino and Smolensk. The land had been ravaged. There were dead bodies everywhere. This is not a winning proposition. Plus, it's further north. It's colder. He wants to go to the south. He has a skirmish with the Russian army. He wins that skirmish. The Russians go beyond a ridge. He's convinced that the Russian army is blocking his path to the south. And so he heads north, the way he didn't want to go. Had he sent someone to reconnoiter over the ridge, he would have discovered the Russian army had gone and the way was open to go back through Minsk and through a much warmer and more hospitable climate with more food and so on.
As October drew to a close, snow was succeeded by severe frost and bitter winds. By 6 November, the temperature was down to minus 22 degrees centigrade.
Snow fell in enormous flakes. We lost sight of the sky and of the men in front of us.
Lips became cracked. Noses were frostbitten. Many were permanently blinded by the glare. They also faced risks from the serfs, who were under orders from their masters to offer hospitality to the French. They were then to get them drunk and slit their throats. An English observer with Kutuzov witnessed some of the atrocities.
I saw 60 dying naked men, whose necks were laid upon a felled tree, while Russian men and women with large faggot sticks, singing in chorus and hopping around with repeated blows, struck out their brains.
Supplies were rapidly running out, and many ate the congealed blood of dead horses. Others disemboweled the wretched animals and sheltered from the cold inside the hollowed carcasses. Dead soldiers were unceremoniously stripped of their clothes and their bodies left for the wolves.
The French army was unfortunate in the winter of 1812-1813, in so much as that it was one of the coldest winters that Russia had suffered in recent times. They suffered very badly. They also suffered from the fact that Napoleon believed that the whole campaign would be over before the winter came, and so they marched into Russia with very little winter clothing. And the tales tell of valuable paintings being burned just simply to be able to keep them warm during the very, very cold nights.
The retreat itself did not have to be a debacle, but it was. In part because of the weather and the effect of the weather, extreme cold, as far, I mean, think about the people from the Kingdom of Italy, for example, the effect of extreme cold on troops who were unprepared for it psychologically, but also simply did not have the necessary clothing. Also the attacks by the Russians. Now, there has been the argument that the Russians could have been more successful. They could almost have destroyed all of the French forces. But nevertheless, they still killed a lot, and a lot died.
What remained of the army reached Smolensk on 8th November. Ahead lay the Beresina River, and two armies of Russians were moving in from the north and the south.
By the time the Grande Armée, or what was left of it, reached Smolensk on the way out of Russia, it was in an absolutely pitiful state. Smolensk contained large magazines, which were specifically designed to be used by the army. But the officials in charge of those magazines refused to believe that this horde of dirty, unwashed, ragged, starving men were the Grande Armée. They thought they were stragglers. So they closed the doors of the magazines to these unfortunates who were literally fighting for their lives. The result was that several of these magazines were stormed and looted, plundered. Wherever alcohol came into the game, the guys died like flies because they were in such emaciated, poor physical condition.
So far as the Grand Army was concerned, Napoleon had led them into what seemed to them, to the majority of them anyway, into hell. And although I think Napoleon is still capable of commanding the loyalty of those in his immediate entourage and the veterans who'd served with him in the glory days, for the great majority of the Grand Army, most of whom were not even French, why should they feel any sense of affinity with the man who'd done that to them?
Many within the French ranks were talking of capitulation, and Napoleon was forced to address his troops in a speech that made a deep impression on Sergeant Burgoyne of the Old Guard.
It was a splendid moment, and for a time made us forget our miseries.
By the time the French reached the Beresina River, it was a raging torrent, 300 yards wide. There were 49,000 men and 250 guns left. Under three commanders, 144,000 Russians were moving in upon them. Napoleon now needed to hold off an enemy that outnumbered him 3-1, whilst bridging the river and getting his men to safety. Napoleon heard there was an unmarked ford 9 miles upriver. It was 100 yards wide and 6 feet deep at its deepest point. As a decoy operation, he sent Marshal Oudinot 6 miles downstream to fell trees and make as much noise as possible. It worked. The following day, Admiral Chichakov, who was stationed on the opposite bank, took his force of 34,000 men downstream. Napoleon set to work to build 2 bridges. His men worked solidly for 24 hours, pausing only briefly for the occasional ration of wine.
The crossing of the Beresina in late November 1812 by Napoleon in the face of the closing forces of Russia was a masterpiece of luck and human endeavour. By carefully sending out false signals and making dummy preparations to cross the river upstream from his intended bridging point at Studienka, Napoleon won himself a day. The inertia of the Russians and their unwillingness to believe the reports that they received about the true state of the Russian army also played into his hands. Kutuzov and the other Russian commanders could not believe that the massive 500,000 strong Grande Armée was now nothing but a skeleton and a pack of refugees.
On the afternoon of 27th November, Napoleon and the Guard crossed the river. Discipline broke down as men rushed for the bridges. 2 days later, the crossing was complete, apart from 8,000 émigrés and stragglers, men, women and children, who refused to cross and were cut down or captured by Prince Wittgenstein and his army of Cossacks. In the meantime, in Paris, General Claude Mallet attempted a coup with the assistance of 1,200 National Guards. Armed with forged papers announcing Napoleon's death, he arrested the prefect of police. When news reached Napoleon, his first thoughts were for his young son. He determined to return to Paris at once. With the temperature down to minus 25 degrees centigrade, Napoleon set off by sleigh, swathed in bearskin. Privately, he admitted he had made 2 key mistakes. The first had been in July.
I should have remained in Vitebsk. By now, Alexander would have been on his knees to me. The dividing of the Russian army after the Niemen crossing amazed me. As the Russians had not been able to defeat us, and as Kutuzov had been forced on the Tsar in place of Barclay, who was the better soldier? I believed that a people who allowed a bad general to be foisted on them would certainly ask for terms.
His second mistake, he felt, was staying too long in Moscow.
I thought I should be able to make peace, and that the Russians were anxious for it. I was deceived, and I deceived myself.
On 18th December, he arrived back in Paris, where he was united with his wife and son.
In a way, the fact that Napoleon was not toppled by a coup in his capital when it became known that the Russian campaign had ended in disaster is a tribute to the remarkable long-range power of his charisma and the loyalty of those who served him in the central institutions.
Murat had been left in charge of the remnant of the army, where he struggled to maintain discipline. When the Russians stormed Vilna, Murat handed over command to Eugène and returned to Naples. Prince von Schwarzenberg withdrew his Austrian troops. Marshal Berthier summed up the general mood.
Every human effort is lost. One can only resign oneself.
Only 25,000 made it back across the Niemen. About 160,000 horses and 1,000 guns had been lost.
The defeat of Napoleon was to help, in the short term, engender a powerful upsurge of Russian nationalism. But in the longer term, it plays a major role of moulding our interpretation of his personality and his policies. It's interesting to consider how we would have perceived Napoleon had he not invaded in 1812. But it is a testimony to the legacy of that invasion on our collective imagination that we cannot do so.
Writing his memoirs on St. Helena, Napoleon did not regard the expedition as a total failure.
The campaign of Russia was the most glorious, the most difficult, and the most honourable to the Gauls of all that are recorded in ancient or modern history. Intrepid heroes, Murat, Ney, Poniatowski, it is you that the glory of the victory is due.
The underlying objective of Napoleon in Russia, as Napoleon in Austria in 1809, as Napoleon in Spain all the way through, was the survival of his own self, of his own dynasty on his newly won thrones. He was clear in his own mind that he would have to continue doing this, and after Russia, who would it be? Still, good old Britain.
On 11th April 1814, Napoleon boarded HMS Undaunted at Fréjus and set sail for the island of Elba to begin his exile. His journey from Paris was fraught with danger, as royalist mobs stoned his coach and hanged him in effigy. By the end of April, Louis XVIII had been restored to the French throne at the invitation of the French Senate. A month later, the First Treaty of Paris was signed. France was to be contained within the borders of 1792. All the lands conquered by Napoleon were lost. France found herself isolated in Europe.
It was all over. On the 6th of April, 1814, Napoleon abdicated. His armies had been defeated in eastern France by overwhelming invasion forces, particularly Austrians and Prussians, and with Russian support. British troops had invaded southern France. Napoleon's marshals were no longer reliable, and indeed it was in fact a collapse among his governing group and his military high commands that helped to force him to abdicate. That was it. The Allies, they didn't execute him, but he was sent into what was, by any standards, a humiliating exile. The man who'd been Emperor of the French, who'd been crowned with the crown of Charlemagne, who'd been King of Italy, was now left as a principality, a small island, Elba, off the coast of Italy.
He was in a pretty terrible mental condition. He had never himself really truly lost in the 1814 campaign, but yet he was in a position where everything he had fought for was about to be denied him. The Allies were refusing to allow him to reunite with his wife, Marie-Louise. They were refusing to allow him to unite with his son, the King of Rome. Marmont, who was one of his trusted marshals and friends, had allowed himself to be talked into giving up huge numbers of men to the Allies. The revolt of the marshals, Marshal Ney and the others coming to him and saying, listen, fella, it's over. It's all done with. We're no longer going to campaign for you, and give it up.
Although he had accepted exile as inevitable, Napoleon had no intention that it should be permanent. For the time being, though, he settled down in his new home, the town of Porto Ferraio, where he was greeted enthusiastically by the local population. His first impressions of the island were not promising. There were signs of deprivation and poverty everywhere. Napoleon resolved to improve the lot of his new hosts.
Napoleon had a resiliency to him. He was able to pick up his spirits, and after he was exiled to Elba, he undertook being the Emperor of Elba with a passion. He built roads and fortifications, and he went around the town talking with people. He received delegations of visitors. He did everything he could to make it work. But there were problems.
He was certainly a very busy man and kept himself very busy. He didn't dwell on his misfortune, the misfortunes of his past. I think at the same time, he was very much harbouring an intent to leave the island at some stage, and he was certainly keeping a watchful eye out for what was going on in France.
He becomes aware of the growing unpopularity, well, in fact, he'd never been particularly popular, of Louis XVIII in France. And he also, as his psychological strength recovers and physical strength recovers, becomes more and more, feels curtailed in Elba, more and more determined to regain his position.
Napoleon's health began to improve as the spring water at Poggio helped to relieve his dysuria. He began supervising improvements to his house in Porto Ferraio, which he had decorated to look like an Egyptian temple. He set aside rooms for his wife and son, confident that they would soon be joining him. He also continued to remain in contact with Josephine, who still kept Napoleon's apartments at Malmaison just as he had left them. But they were never to meet again. On 29th May, the former empress died of diphtheria, aged only 50. Napoleon did, however, have two female companions on Elba, his 64-year-old mother, Laetitia, and his sister, Pauline. But still Napoleon longed to see his wife and son, but Marie-Louise remained in Austria. Napoleon constantly wrote to her. She didn't reply. In January 1815, she sent Napoleon a formal New Year greeting and then disappeared from his life forever. Napoleon blamed his father-in-law for turning Marie-Louise against him. A keen supporter of the marriage when Napoleon was at the height of his power, Emperor Francis repudiated it now that his fortunes were at a low ebb. Money was becoming a problem for Napoleon and his family.
The Treaty of Fontainebleau had given Napoleon a fairly sizable pension, which was to be paid by the French, Louis XVIII. Louis XVIII refused to pay anything to Napoleon. Now the British, among others, urged Louis, please pay the pension. Don't give this Corsican ogre a chance, an excuse to cause more trouble. Let him live peacefully in Elba and leave us alone. But again, for reasons that don't make any sense at all, the French refused to do that.
Louis had refused to pay Napoleon the agreed pension of 2 million francs. So what was Napoleon to do? Sit on Elba and starve, or have a last throw of the die? He chose the throw.
Louis XVIII, gout-ridden and sexually impotent, was proving to be an unpopular monarch.
The return of Louis XVIII hoisted all kinds of warning signals for revolutionaries old and new in France. I forget who it was who said that the trouble with the Bourbon was they'd forgotten nothing and learned nothing, and that did seem to be the case in the immediate aftermath of Louis XVIII's return. He does make a number of concessions to revolutionary political culture. He does acknowledge that something has happened between 1789 and 1815. We can't just put the clock right back to 1789, but he's a desperately undistinguished man, seriously obese, although an intelligent man, lazy, self-indulgent, as lacking in charisma as Napoleon was brimful of it. He makes a number of serious errors, gratuitously offending a number of old soldiers, especially those who are still serving and close to him. All kinds of alarm bells clang that maybe, despite promises which have been made, that the biens nationaux, the lands which were confiscated from the church and the émigrés back in the 1790s, would be re-expropriated from their new owners.
Louis himself was a pretty well-meaning fellow, actually, but the émigrés were not well-meaning. They were coming back, these former nobles and clergymen, and they were starting to demand their land back. They wanted all of their old privileges back. And Louis, to his credit, tried to stave that off, but to a lot of the Frenchmen, it was like, wait a minute, we fought a revolution and we had Napoleon, and now they want it to go back as if 20 years of history didn't exist? That Napoleon began to believe that going back to France was the best thing for him and the best thing for France.
Faithful to my motto, everything for the French people, I resolved to return to France, not for the ambitious purpose of regaining my throne, but to place myself between the factions. I had always thought that France wished only for equality, and I had given her perfect equality. I had now learned from events that she was likewise desirous of liberty, and I resolved to make France the freest nation in the world.
On 15th February 1815, Napoleon's former foreign minister, Hugh Bernard Marais, sent a secret ambassador to Elba begging him to return. Napoleon was cautious. As a keen student of history, he knew that few exiles had staged successful comebacks. But if Marais thought he could succeed, he resolved to take the chance. His mother agreed. "You're doing the right thing. Better to die sword in hand than in an unworthy retirement." At dusk, on 26 February, Napoleon set sail on the Inconstant.
On March the 1st, Napoleon's little entourage in 3 ships and maybe 1,000 men sets foot on French soil for the first time in almost a year. Now, Napoleon has to be concerned about how he is going to return. He needs, at all costs, to avoid any fighting. As soon as there's any kind of a pitched battle, he's probably done for. He needs to develop the sense among the French and among those people in the rest of Europe that he is coming back because the people want him. And so he takes a fairly out-of-the-way route through the mountains up toward Grenoble.
The army set off at midnight. Eager to reach his goal as soon as possible and surprise Louis, Napoleon headed straight across the Alps. With only brief stops for food and sleep, they marched on through snow and ice, climbing to 3,500 feet. By 4th March, they had reached Digne, where they were warmly welcomed. In another 2 days, they would be in Grenoble. Napoleon issued a proclamation calling on the French army to join him.
If the people and army don't want me, at the first encounter, 30 or 40 of my men will be killed. The rest will throw down their muskets. I shall be finished, and France will be quiet. If the people and the army do want me, and I hope they will, the first battalion I meet will throw itself into my arms. The rest will follow.
Louis XVIII found out very quickly that Napoleon had landed at Antibes, as the new semaphore system instituted, well, it began in 1794, had spread the news to Paris very quickly. And up he gets and moves as fast as his corpulent bulk would allow. And I can't say I blame him. After all, his brother had been executed in January 1793, as indeed had several other members of his family, including his sister-in-law, the Queen Marie Antoinette, and his cousin, the Duke of Orleans, and many other friends and family. So I don't blame Louis XVIII for cutting and running. After all, there were still a lot of radicals, a lot of old Jacobins in Paris who would have welcomed the opportunity to finish the job and to sever the head of another member of the Bourbon family.
Louis was a pragmatist. He was aware of the increasing popular support which Napoleon was receiving. He also did not wish to plunge his country, his newly adopted country, into civil war. These factors weighed heavily with him, and he decided to lay down the throne, lay down the crown, and leave the country.
Marshal Soult, now Minister of War, planned to intercept Napoleon at Lyons. He sent a message by semaphore telegraph to Grenoble, ordering guns to be dispatched to Lyons. Surprisingly, the press thought the whole business scarcely worth a mention.
An act of madness which can be dealt with by a few rural policemen.
He goes along the mountain road, and quite honestly, his reception at first is rather mixed. People who see him as he goes through their towns or along the roads are rather curious at all this. Who, Napoleon is back? What's that all about? And they're not exactly wildly enthusiastic because they don't really know what to make of it all. But the further he goes, he begins to pick up more and more people. He has interviews with people along the way, and he begins to talk about how he no longer wants to conquer territories. He simply wants to rule France. He wants to bring back the revolution. He wants to bring back enlightenment to the people of France. He says, I'm old and I'm fat. I really don't need to conquer any more territory. And I happen to think that that's true. I think he realized that his only real chance, number one, to gain the support of the French people, and number two, to have the people of the rest of Europe allow him to return without contesting it, was to convince them that he only wanted to rule France itself.
2 mornings later, in the village of Cap, Napoleon was wakened with urgent news. Pierre Cambron, in command of the advance guard, reported that a battalion of the 5th Line Regiment was only a few miles north, under Major Delessart. Despite having 1,100 men to Delessart's 700, Napoleon was in no mood to fight his own countrymen. He had a deep abhorrence of civil war. He ordered Cambron not to open fire. Instead, he ordered his Polish lancers to advance slowly. Delessart withdrew his men, and Napoleon ordered the lancers to wheel and return. Unfurling his tricolour, Napoleon commanded the Guards band to strike up the Marseillaise. As the men of the 5th stood entranced, Napoleon rode forward and dismounted. Someone recognized the former emperor and gave the order to fire. Napoleon opened his familiar grey overcoat and exposed his white waistcoat as a target to the soldiers.
And he says, soldiers of the 5th Regiment, if you wish to kill your emperor, here I am. And there's a moment of silence. Somebody cries out, "Vive l'Empereur, long live the emperor," and all chaos breaks loose. They all mob him. The officer that had been trying to get them to fire, of course, is totally out of it at that point. And all of the soldiers go to him.
Waving their shakos on the tips of their bayonets, the soldiers rushed to embrace him. They tore the white cockades from their hats and replaced them with the tricolour ribbons banned by King Louis, which they still carried in their knapsacks.
They were hankering, all these old soldiers, after the glory days from 1796 to 1809, when they had rampaged all over Europe, raping, murdering, looting, pillaging, and getting patted on the back for it. They weren't terribly interested in peace and poverty. So when Napoleon appeared, all the old glory immediately was received by them. They were hungry for him to come back. They thought no further than, let's have another glorious battle and win it. So one by one, 10 by 10, regiment by regiment, they fell under his spell and flocked to his banners.
The reaction of many of the French people was one of, here comes an adventurer, a gambler, and very little attention was paid to it, particularly within Paris itself. But as his advance towards Paris continued, and so the numbers that went across to him increased, then I think he was looked towards as a potential, not saviour, but certainly restorer.
At 7 o'clock that evening, Napoleon learned that a dense column of troops had been sighted, marching south in battle formation. Although clearly outnumbered, Napoleon prepared to resist them and ordered his men into defensive positions. He was in luck. He recognized their commander as Charles de Labédoyère, colonel of the 7th Regiment of the Line. The young officer at once surrendered and embraced Napoleon. Together, they combined forces and handed over the regimental colours, marched on to Grenoble, where they found the town stoutly defended by 2,000 men. A band of local peasants, some 2,000 strong, marched up and down under the walls.
He walks in triumph through the gates of Grenoble. The officials of Grenoble refuse to open the gates for him, and so the citizens tear them down and later present Napoleon with the shattered pieces of wood that made up the gates and said, "Since they would not open the gates for you, we have destroyed them, and here they are." Napoleon said that he was, once he got to Grenoble, he was once again a reigning prince. Before he had been an adventurer, now he was a reigning prince.
Well, because the game's up. When Napoleon's advancing, the population realised that they don't have to put up with this Bourbon monarchy anymore. There is an alternative, and that alternative is in Napoleon.
Napoleon entered to a tumultuous reception. At an inn, he was hoisted onto the shoulders of the cheering citizens and carried upstairs in triumph. And his return to the throne now seemed assured. But an obstacle lay in his way, in the shape of his old comrade, Marshal Ney.
There were several of his old marshals who decided not to throw their hands in with him for various reasons, and Berthier, for one, accompanied the king to Ghent. Other leading figures had had enough of Napoleon and his incessant war-making. They had become rich, they'd become fat cats, but they'd never been able to enjoy it. You can't enjoy being a fat cat when you're being frozen to death on the steppes of Russia. So no, they had their estates, they wanted to enjoy them. The lure of Napoleon had faded for them, and they decided that they wanted no more of him.
Marshal Ney, who had been his trusted marshal, the bravest of the brave in Russia and so on, had become rather comfortable with his lifestyle with Louis XVIII and swore to Louis XVIII that he would go and bring Napoleon back in an iron cage. And he proceeded to try to do that. But he soon discovered that his soldiers were about to have none of it, and if he tried to bring Napoleon back in an iron cage, he'd have a little revolt on his hands. So he switched his position, gave a proclamation to his soldiers. Soldiers, we are about to join the great phalanx that is marching toward Paris. Will you join me and regain the glory of the empire, etc., etc.? And of course, Napoleon was real glad to have Ney, because that was the last real obstacle between him and Paris.
Napoleon had promised to be in Paris by 20th of March, and at 9 o'clock that evening, 20,000 wildly cheering citizens greeted his entry into the city. He had covered the route from Cap d'Antibes in half the normal time.
What we have just achieved is the people's doing and yours. All I did was to understand and appreciate you.
Once more, he was Emperor of France.
He sails to France, lands on the Provence coast, and goes north. By March 20th, he is in Paris. Not a shot has been fired to stop him. Louis XVIII had sent Marshal Ney to capture him, as Marshal Ney had promised to do, but Marshal Ney turned back to support Napoleon, and Louis XVIII is forced to flee.
When he gets there, he's very much aware of the fact that if he's going to operate once again as head of state, he's going to have to operate in a constitutional monarchy environment. And to that end, he makes a number of overtures to the Liberals to see if he can get their support.
The Liberals certainly would be difficult to win over. One of the most articulate of their number was Benjamin Constant.
He has reappeared. This man died in our blood. He is another Attila, another Genghis Khan, but more terrible and hateful because he has at his disposal the resources of civilization.
Instead of ordering Constant's imprisonment, Napoleon invited him to the Tuileries to reassure him and to explain his intentions. The new constitution, the Acte Additionnel, was drawn up, and on 12th April a plebiscite was held. The result was overwhelming. Over 1.3 million voted in favour, a mere 4,206 against. Even Benjamin Constant was satisfied.
Napoleon went to great lengths after his reinstatement in Paris to put the clock back to 1813, early 1814. He obliterated all the reforms in the army which Louis had put through. He gave the regiments back their sacred old numbers, which had been rubbed out by the king. He gave them back their tricolor cockade, under which they'd fought so bravely. He called them to arms to defend France, not defend him, to defend France against the Allies. And the call was pretty much irresistible for all Frenchmen. They flocked to his banners.
What he seeks to do is to re-establish his old regime, the Bonapartist old regime, suitably modified. He makes all kinds of concessions to contemporary public opinion. He indicates that he will not be running such a tight ship, but it won't be so much of a police state. There will be more freedom of opinion and all the other civil liberties. There will be more constitutional representation and consultation and so on. There will be less of the militaristic ambitions of the past. All this rhetoric pours from him in a constant stream. Whether anybody believed or not is a different matter. But this is a very short period, remember. It is only 100 days, and his major, of course, the thing he had to spend most time on was getting some kind of army together to prevent retribution from the Duke of Wellington and Marshal Blücher.
During Napoleon's exile, France had signed an alliance with England and Austria, and many in England were reluctant to break it now that Napoleon was once more emperor. One English member of Parliament was typical of the general consensus.
Bonaparte has been welcomed back to France as a liberator. It would be monstrous to declare war on a people in order to impose a government they do not want.
Talleyrand, however, wished to turn the Allies against Napoleon. He was at a ball with Wellington, Metternich and Tsar Alexander when news of Napoleon's return reached Vienna. Talleyrand persuaded England, Austria, Russia and Prussia each to put 150,000 men in the field to crush the emperor forever. The emperor sent his special envoy, Montran, to Metternich to sue for peace. He also wrote a letter in his own hand to the Prince Regent in England. Metternich refused to see the envoy. The Prince Regent's letter was returned unopened. War was now inevitable.
There was one real flaw in his strategy, and it was something he really couldn't avoid because he needed to act fast when it came to the timing for leaving Elba. But the Congress of Vienna was still going on. So all of these leaders of the various coalitions against him were still where they could quickly make decisions. He sent letters pleading for peace. He sent letters, to his father-in-law, the Emperor of Austria, saying, my father-in-law, please send my wife to me, please send my son to me, I want to have peace, I want nothing else. Sent the same thing to the Emperor of Russia and so forth and so on. But they were having none of it. They declared him an international outlaw, whatever that is, and said, we are not just going to fight France, we are not just fighting Napoleon, we're going to crush him, we're going to send armies against him. So Napoleon couldn't avoid having to fight in order to maintain his position.
It's not clear that there was ever really any alternative to the resumption of war. Certainly, the Allied powers in Vienna had no intention of responding to any peace tentatives from Napoleon. And they began planning a war to put Louis XVIII back on the throne. Napoleon, in turn, tries to rebuild the army, an army that has been devastated by years of fighting, an army that, for example, lots of the horses had been eaten or had died on the invasion of Russia, and the French cavalry was never as good again. He attempts to build an army, but he also knows that he has to strike fast. After all, against him there will definitely be the British, the Austrians, the Russians, the Prussians, as well as a host of other lesser Allied powers.
From King Louis, Napoleon inherited an army of 100,000. Soon it had expanded to 300,000 loyal Frenchmen who had flocked to the colours of their own volition. In early June, English and Prussian forces began to assemble in Belgium, ready to launch an invasion on France. Receiving word that the Austrians and Russians were not yet fully mobilized, Napoleon decided to attack first.
What he decides to do is to try and defeat the opposing armies in what is then Belgium. He decides to try and defeat those in order to provide such a convincing account of his own military success that will rally support to him within France and encourage other powers in Europe to accept his return to power and to deal with him. The Austrians and the Russians are the European powers that are slowest to deploy. Their troops have the furthest to go, and also their armies are just slow to deploy. And in Belgium, there are two forces that he has to engage. There's a Prussian army under Marshal Blücher, and there is a mixture of British, Dutch, and some allied German units under Arthur Wellesley, now Duke of Wellington. Neither of them are brilliant forces. The key units in the British Army, including many of the units that fought under Wellesley in the Peninsula, are in fact at that time still in North America just after the end of the 1812 war with the Americans. So there is an opportunity. And what Napoleon determines to do is to try and defeat the forces opposed to him separately. And he has to do that in a sense because they outnumber him 2-1.
On 11th June, he left Paris. 2 days later, he arrived at Arvin, where an army of 125,000 was waiting for him. At dawn on 15th June, he took the Russians by surprise and captured Charleroi.
The Prussians were surprised by Napoleon's rapid advance at Charleroi. Partially the fault of the commander on the spot, partially the fault of the Prussian High Command, who exposed him in that position and failed to support him in response to his reports of increased activity. They were thrust back towards Ligny.
The following day, the Prussians took up their position at Ligny, with Wellington at Quatre Bras, 7 miles to the northwest. Napoleon planned that Ney, who commanded the left, should attack Quatre Bras before pressing on to Brussels.
The French invade Belgium on the 15th of June. The next day, contact, battle. The Prussians are at Ligny. Napoleon attacks them. He wants an attack on front, flank and rear to destroy the Prussians. Marshal Ney is supposed to move via Quatre Bras to push back the British there, or any British that might be there, and to attack the Prussians in the flank and rear. He doesn't do so.
Ney hesitated, and at 1 o'clock, Napoleon sent a second order.
I'm surprised at your long delay in carrying out my commands. There is no time to lose. Attack with greatest impetuosity everything in front of you.
Ney was only initially fighting against a very small force, and he could have easily swept them aside and taken the campaign north to Wellington himself. But for some reason, Ney was quite timid. He seemed convinced that he was facing the major part of Wellington's army, and as a result, he was reluctant to move forward. It was a little unlike the brash, bravest of the brave, Marshal Ney, but the fact is he stalled and delayed and was very timid. And in the meantime, Wellington, in fact, was sending more and more soldiers into the area so that by the time Marshal Ney finally decided to do anything about it, he was facing a pretty formidable force of British and other soldiers.
Wellington was coming up with increasing forces, and by 5 o'clock that evening, Wellington had a superiority of about 3-2 over Ney, and the opportunity was gone.
Napoleon, on the other hand, was fighting the Prussians at Ligny, and he was having a great deal more success. The Prussians retreated.
Napoleon, though outnumbered, came within an ace of capturing Blücher. Ney's vacillation, though, meant that he had to abandon his plan to take Brussels. The next day, he visited the wounded Prussians in Ligny. He gave them brandy and directed that their wounds should be dressed. He then detached 30,000 men under Emmanuel de Grouchy to pursue the remaining Prussians.
I would submit that he could have sent Grouchy, Marshal Grouchy, with his soldiers, an immediate attack. If nothing else, it would have shown them exactly where the Prussians were going, and they could have, done it a few more of them. But he waited and he waited and he waited until the next morning. Finally, he gets around to telling Grouchy to pursue Marshal Blücher of the Prussians. Now it takes Grouchy hours to get his soldiers up and going. It's early afternoon, anyway, before the pursuit continues, and they don't know for sure exactly where the Prussians went. This is important because it's this delay that really allows the Prussians under Marshal Blücher to move into position where they ultimately can support the forces of Wellington at Waterloo.
Napoleon then decides that he will turn on the British.
In pouring rain, Napoleon and Ney pursued the English as they retreated towards Brussels. 6 miles further on, Wellington took up a position on Mont Saint-Jean, a piece of high ground near the village of Waterloo. Napoleon made his headquarters to the south at a nearby farm called Le Caillon. Next morning, as Napoleon breakfasted with his generals, his brother Jérôme brought fresh intelligence. Blücher planned to march from Wavre to join Wellington.
Stupidity. After a battle like Ligny, it is impossible for them to join forces. We have 90 chances in our favour and not 10 against us.
The British and the Austrians are special in this sense that they had been fighting more or less continuously since 1792 in the case of the Austrians, 1793 in the case of the British, had expended gigantic sums of treasure and oceans of blood over the previous quarter of a century. The Austrians had gone bankrupt in 1811. The British were suffering serious financial difficulties, as indeed all the powers were. So there's a general determination to put a stop to this menace once and for all.
The good old warhorse Blücher had decided to go, much against his chief of staff's advice. His chief of staff was Gneisenau, who harboured some resistance, who acting together with the British. Blücher ordered them to make for Plancenoit, for Waterloo, as fast as they could, and to join the battle, the final battle against Napoleon.
At 11 o'clock, after an hour's sleep, Napoleon woke refreshed and took up position on high ground near the farm of Rossomme. Mounted on his white mare, Désirée, he surveyed the field. He must have been extremely confident. The rain had stopped, and his army was numerically superior, having 72,000 men against 68,000. He also boasted 90 more guns. At 11:25, Napoleon gave the signal for his guns to open fire, whilst Jerome attacked the enemy's right in order to draw off troops from Wellington's centre. The bombardment continued for an hour and a half. Then Napoleon ordered the Comte d'Erlon's First Corps to attack.
Napoleon, in the end, is to be castigated for the French tactics at Waterloo. In particular, it's to be argued that successive frontal attacks played to the strength of the defensive firepower of the British and Allied forces, and that he didn't outmaneuver his opponents. There's some truth in that. I mean, it could have been a battle that he could have tried to make much more of an attempt to outflank his opponents or to attack them hard in the flank. He doesn't. Why? Well, in part time. He wants a quick battle. He wants to engage them before they can retreat. In part, his actual physical and mental state. He's ill, he's tired, he's run down, and I think it's fair to say that there are also specific problems with the French army. It's a new one. It is underpowered in terms of artillery. The artillery itself, the deployment is delayed by overnight rainfall, which has ensured that the clay soil has become a bit waterlogged, so that delays the battle. But having said that, it is still a battle that has to be fought.
The artillery pounding had caused surprisingly little damage in the English ranks. Knowing the power of the French artillery, Wellington had drawn his men back on the reverse slopes. He then moved them to the top of the ridge, where they fired down on d'Erlon's troops, inflicting substantial losses.
The Guard were confronted by some opponents who were not exactly slouches themselves, and the British Army's reputation for musketry was beautifully upheld at Waterloo. They shot the Guard to pieces, and the Guard couldn't take it, and they crumbled and fled.
As the French retreated, the Scots Greys pursued them. Napoleon sent in the 6th and 9th Cuirassiers against them. The Scots were wiped out, but at a price. The French had lost 5,000 men. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Napoleon moved his headquarters to La Belle-Alliance. There, a surprise awaited him. Jerome's intelligence had been correct. Blücher's advance guard had arrived. Suddenly, Napoleon was forced to fight on two fronts.
The appearance of Blücher on the scene at Waterloo in 1815, in a way, is of symbolic importance. Blücher was a very elderly gent by the standards of Napoleonic warfare. And yet he possessed the necessary reserves of physical stamina and moral courage to get his army, which man for man was probably the best army in any of the Allied combat units, or indeed, and certainly superior to Napoleon's troops, to get them going and to get them there in time. Blücher was a very interesting, extremely aggressive and bloodthirsty person who hated Napoleon and the French and was seeking to avenge, as he saw it, a deep sense of humiliation inflicted on Prussia by Napoleon after 1806. So, in a way, Blücher personifies a major change which has taken place in the way in which the old regime powers waged war. Now they have learned all the lessons of French revolutionary and Napoleonic warfare and are applying them with deadly effect against those that created them in the first place.
Ney launched the main assault against Wellington, even though horse after horse was shot from beneath him. At 6:30, his efforts were rewarded when he captured the farm of La Haye-Sainte. Napoleon needed to act swiftly before Blucher's main force arrived. His plan was to send 5 battalions of guards up the slopes of Mont Saint-Jean under the command of Marshal Ney. Despite quick and accurate fire from the English, the guards pressed on. At this point, a second Prussian corps under the Graf von Zieten arrived and attacked the guards from the right. At the same time, Wellington sent 3 regiments of hussars charging down the hill, where they broke one of the guards' squares. News rapidly spread. The guards, once thought invincible, had been scattered in confusion. Napoleon now knew all was lost. He tried to retreat in good order.
One could always ask the hypothetical question, what would have happened had the Prussians not arrived? I think what I would say is that late in the day, a final breakthrough, even if it had occurred as a result of the French committal of the Guard against the British, would not have been the enormous blow that it would have been earlier in the day, because it would not have been possible to exploit the victory as one would have been able to do if one had had, many hours of daylight left.
Napoleon's first instinct was to rally his troops at Charleroi and continue fighting. But there were already fears that back in Paris the Assembly might surrender in his absence. He hastily returned to the capital, arriving at 7 o'clock on the morning of 21st June. The strain of battle and 3 sleepless nights had taken their toll. Napoleon was a very sick man. Louis Davao, his faithful Minister of War, urged Napoleon to dissolve the Assembly. Instead, he demanded they grant him full powers. They refused. The Allies would never make peace whilst Napoleon remained emperor. He was given an ultimatum: abdicate or be deposed. Seeing no alternative, Napoleon agreed to abdicate. Napoleon retreated to Malmaison. On 3rd July, he arrived at Rochefort to find it blockaded by the English warship, the Bellerophon.
He does try to make a run for it. An elaborate plan was devised by which he would be whisked away in a frigate to the United States of America and take refuge there. But when he gets to the coast, instead he's recognized and he surrenders to the British on the Bellerophon.
I come, like Themistocles, to throw myself on the hospitality of the British people. I place myself under the protection of their laws.
Napoleon was taken by the British to St. Helena, 6,000 miles from nowhere, with no prospect of ever returning.
The British, to their credit, didn't put him in a prison or have him executed, but to their enormous discredit, they put him on an unhealthy island and they treated him as though he were a common prisoner instead of a former emperor. They didn't do that with other kings and monarchs who sought asylum. Napoleon had sought asylum with the British, and the British government had refused it.
I wonder whether he remembered something he'd said earlier contemptuously about the Austrians, whom he had just defeated for the nth time. He said, "The trouble with the Austrians is that they're always one army and one idea behind the rest of Europe." But the French historian Albert Sorel added, the Austrians always had an army and they always had an idea. It was Napoleon who ran out of both.
His last years were spent in exile on St. Helena, where he had leisure to brood upon his mistakes and pen his memoirs. Where had it all gone so wrong?
I have fought 60 battles, and I assure you that I have learned nothing from all of them that I did not know in the first.
On 5th May 1821, after a long and painful illness, Napoleon died. Some authorities say it was through inhaling arsenic fumes from the wallpaper in his room over a long period. Others claim he was deliberately poisoned.
The common belief for many, many years was that he died of stomach cancer. The belief now is increasingly among scholars of this period that he was poisoned by arsenic, which weakened his condition, and then at the very end he was given a series of relatively common substances which finally did him in and caused him to die.
When, 4 days later, his coffin was lowered into the earth, the route was lined with English soldiers, their heads bowed in respectful silence. A great man had died. A legend was about to be born.
We often position Napoleon in terms of a grand trajectory of military history. You move from Frederick the Great and the Prussians in the mid-18th century to the revolutionaries, the French revolutionaries in the 1790s and the start of popular warfare. Then we move to Napoleon and then we move on eventually in the 19th century to the Prussians as they become the Germans under Moltke and the wars of German unification. And the idea is it's quite clear. Napoleon is the cutting edge for his period of modernity, of military modernity. He is going to succeed, and in the end he is only stopped when other powers have sort of developed their forces to match what the French can do.
Napoleon was a spirit of enlightenment. Napoleon was trying to reform, to improve the lives of people. He fought wars because, in many cases, those wars were foisted upon him by these various coalitions that didn't want improvement in the lives of people. The Austrians and the Russians and the Prussians were afraid that their own people would get the idea of freedom and equality and the liberty given under the Civil Code and so on. Napoleon is seen by people throughout the world, even today, as the father of modern Europe, maybe as the father of the European Union, as someone who stood for moving out of the old order and into the new order. Was it an imperfect move? Of course. Was Napoleon imperfect? Of course he was. He did overextend. He did get a little greedy. Maybe he shouldn't have done this or done that. But if you take him as a whole, if you look at Napoleon as a whole, you see someone who added a great deal of positive impetus to the history of the world. And there's not very many people in world history that you can truly say that about. Napoleon is one of them. The world is, in the final analysis, better off for his having existed.